of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance, and pursuant to the order of reference on Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, and the motion adopted on May 16th, 2023, the committee's meeting to discuss Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the House Order of June 23rd, 2022. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. I'd like to make a few comments for the benefit of the witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon, activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. Interpretation for those on Zoom, you have the choice at the bottom of your screen of either floor, English, or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. A reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. For members in the room, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand. For members on Zoom, please use the raised hand function. The clerk and I will manage the speaking order as best we can, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in this regard. Members, before we begin, for the benefit of our members and Canadians that are joining us and watching us today and the committee's proceedings, I'd like to inform you that as per the motion adopted on May 16, 2023, through unanimous consent from all parties, we scheduled a clause-by-clause meeting yesterday that went for 5.5 hours, completing a total of 2 clauses out of 681 clauses total. Now, that's very unusual. At Finance Committee, we've worked on many report considerations in the past. Last year, clause by clause, took a total of 5 hours to complete. Again, yesterday, we could only complete 2 clauses in 5.5 hours. We scheduled this meeting to begin clause-by-clause consideration as per Section B of the motion adopted again through unanimous consent from all parties. Section B reads, and I quote, "Moving to clause-by-clause review of Bill C-47 no later than Thursday, May 25th, 2023 at 11 a.m., which is what we did. As of yesterday, we've completed a total of 46 hours, equivalent to at least 23 meetings for the subject matter and Bill C-47. Few members mentioned yesterday that they assumed there would be more witness meetings scheduled for this week. I reminded those members and all others that as per the motion adopted with their unanimous consent, meaning all members were in agreement, there were no objections to that and to what was being agreed to at that time. There was no objections. We met with the requirements of the motion before we moved to clause by clause, again as per the motion section B that I read out a little later. After consulting with our clerks, I also reminded them that during our last witness meeting during the late evening of May 18th, 2023, I had stated the following during my remarks, and I quote, "You will be the last set of witnesses the committee will hear on this piece of legislation," end quote. All party members in this room wholeheartedly thanked our witnesses as well as our clerks who had diligently arranged the witness testimonies in such short order. To reiterate what I mentioned yesterday, as chair, I must interpret the motion as written. Given there's still some confusion over Part D of the motion and how the phrase, and I quote, "goal of accomplishing at least 20 hours of study prior to the beginning of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill," interfaces with the rest of the motion. I want to specifically read out the start of the motion and Section A. Quote, "that the committee continue its pre-study of Bill C-47, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, by A, inviting witnesses to appear on the contents of Bill C-47 during meetings scheduled the weeks of May 1st, May 8th, and May 15th, 2023, end quote. Our meeting 87, which was scheduled with the clear intent of proceeding with witnesses as per the motion, ran for approximately 27 hours, or at least equivalent to 13 meetings, starting on Tuesday, May 2nd at 11 a.m. and ending on Tuesday, May 16th at 4:24 p.m. The members that spoke at length during meeting 87 were already fully aware that we had to cancel all scheduled witnesses in order to allow them to keep speaking for hours. Canadians would have instead preferred to listen to testimony from witnesses, the many individuals and organizations that were eager to appear in front of our committee to answer many questions from our members. And I know all our members work hard to prepare thoughtful, intelligent questions for our expert witnesses. We adjourned that meeting with unanimous consent from all parties to add, and I quote, "and that the whips of the recognized parties and the clerks be empowered to seek as many meetings as possible with the goal of meeting for 10 hours before the end of the week," end quote. The week of May 15th, that was for the week of May 15th, which was last week. Thanks to our extremely hardworking clerks, thank you clerks, we were able to achieve the 10 hours of witness testimony last week as required with a full house of witnesses for every hour of those meetings. Everything was done in good faith and collaboration, as evidenced by it being carried with unanimous consent from all parties. All parties submitted amendments in the same good faith within the required deadline of 12 noon last Friday. This was an indication that everyone interpreted the adopted motion the same way that the clerk and I understood. Also, this timely submission helped our legislative clerk and his team to work towards the next step to ensure they prepare the required documents and package for clause by clause. I understand that members that brought this up late afternoon on Wednesday had plenty of time to bring this up ahead of submitting their amendments. In spite of having my personal contact information, none of these members called, texted, or emailed me to discuss or to clarify. You had an opportunity to reach out to me last week or all of this week, but you decided not to. Again, I'm happy to make myself available to all members, and I'm glad that a number of you sent me messages actually yesterday. I've sent MP Morantz, and I apologize, yesterday MP Morantz did not have my personal information. I believe he does have it now. And Marty, feel free to contact me anytime. Again, I hope I mentioned I brought better. Again, I hope what I mentioned has brought better clarity to the motion that was adopted on unanimous consent, and we can move on. I would again like to take this opportunity to thank our clerks, our legislative clerk, and their team of analysts, interpreters, technicians, who have really made these 46-plus hours possible and still keep on working really hard. Thank you. Members, if good, let's try this again. We will go ahead with what's in front of us. Please refer to the package received from our clerk. With us today, again, are a multitude of senior officials from various departments per division discussed. If you have any questions for them, you'll have an opportunity to ask those. At this time, where we left off, we'll get to our annotated agenda here. And I'll look to the legislative clerk, but we were at clause 4, correct? Yes. And I do see, yeah, we do have some hands up. Yes? Okay. So I do see MP Morantz, his hand is up, and then MP Blakey. And then MP Beach, PS Beach after that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I being heard in the room?
You are.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your preamble, but you know there are significant issues still that our party has, and so I'd like to move that we resume debate on Mr. Lawrence's motion from where we left off yesterday.
We are back to debating Mr. Lawrence's motion from yesterday. MP Morantz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you raised a number of very good points, but I have to say that the intent of the committee, as I understood it, was to make every effort to hear
MP Morantz,
from...
I apologize for interrupting. We do have to vote actually on being able to continue with that. So with
Mr. Chair, just on a point of clarification,
yes.
Will I still have the floor after the vote?
It will be a new list after that.
Okay, I'd like to ask the chair then to put me on the list immediately after the vote.
First, we'll get to the vote, and we'll go to the vote.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair. Is the motion to resume debate on the motion that we were discussing last day debatable?
Debatable, MP Blakey.
Pardon me?
It is not debatable.
Okay.
Yeah. So we will go to the vote.
I think you have Mr. Perkins hoping to speak before the vote, Mr. Chair.
Point of order. I apologize since I wasn't on yesterday's meeting. Could you, Mr. Chair, could you read out the motion that we're voting on, please?
So, MP Perkins, this is a motion that came to the floor yesterday by MP Lawrence. And Clerk, do you have that motion in front of you? If you could just read that.
That given the committee has yet to achieve its objective of obtaining 20 hours of witnesses' testimony on Bill C-47, notwithstanding the motion adopted by this committee on May 16th, the committee allocate an additional 10 hours for witness testimony, and that clause by clause begin immediately following the 20th hour of witness testimony.
Okay, MP Perkins. So now Clerk will go to the vote.
Mr. Baker?
Opposed.
Mr. Beach?
Opposed.
No, shut that. Mr. Morrissey? That is a no. Mr. McDonald?
Opposed.
Mr. Chambers?
Oui.
Mr. Halan?
In favor.
Mr. Perkins?
Enthusiastically in support.
Mr. Morantz?
In favor?
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
No.
That's 5 yeas, 6 nays.
It's defeated. So we will go back to Clause 4. So now we are on Clause 4, members. Shall Clause 4 carry?
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Point of order, MP Morantz.
Why are we going back to clause by clause? I have my hand up and I've requested the floor. I'd like to introduce a new motion.
Okay, I do see PS's Beach hand up also. No, okay, just getting on the speaking list. Okay, so MP Morantz, you have a motion?
Yes, I'll just read it into the record, Mr. Chair, that in relation to the motion adopted on May 16, 2023, the committee reaffirms its intention to receive a cumulative duration of 20 hours of testimony concerning Bill C-47, also known as the Budget Implementation Act Number 1. However, irrespective of the aforementioned motion, it is ordered that the committee refrains from initiating the clause-by-clause examination of the bill until the committee has completed the full 20 hours of witness testimony, and that once the committee has completed 20 hours of witness testimony, clause-by-clause consideration being on the business day following a culmination of testimony. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
See, so on that speaking list to your motion, is that PS Beach? Is that what you're raising your hand for?
Yeah, I would like to be on the, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to be
Mr.
on the
Chair,
speaking
point of
list, but
order.
I would also
Sorry.
like to know if the
Point of order,
motion is
Mr.
actually in
Chair.
order.
It is in order.
Oh.
It is in order. Your motion is in order.
Okay, well then,
Yeah,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, do I have the floor?
I
or
have
do
a point
not?
of order, Mr. Chair.
Well, he's got an
Another
order.
point of order.
Another point of order, yes.
Yeah. Given that I introduced the motion, do I not have the floor to speak to it?
May speak to your motion, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, sorry, MP Morantz. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, MP Perkins.
Could I be added to the list, please?
Yeah, I've got you on after PS Beach. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, we have a situation here which is very, very concerning. And that's why we're bringing forward this motion. And I want to speak to the motion itself. The budget that was presented at the end of March calls for $490 billion worth of spending. Essentially, we can go back and forth as to how we got to this point, but I want to point out to the committee that this budget is approaching, in spending, 25% of the GDP of this country. It is a massive expansion of government into the economy, and I think is well deserving of more than 10 hours, only 10 hours of witness testimony. The fact of the matter is there are many, many things. The budget document itself is well over 400 pages. It speaks to not just financial matters, which I know Canadians would normally assume, if you asked them what a budget was, they'd say, well, it's about spending, it's about revenue. But this budget actually has 51 different acts that it amends, many of which have actually nothing to do with budgets. We saw the government get into trouble over this just a few years ago when, in a very simple bill, an omnibus budget implementation bill, was implemented that had a clause buried in it that would give the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, the power to provide a deferred prosecution agreement to a single company. I'm not convinced at this point, because I asked the Public Services question, whether or not any similar clause might exist within this bill, which would give a single company the ability to be benefited in some way. It is impossible, really, for this committee to review all of these provisions, and that's why I was disappointed to see that the committee did not proceed with at least referring some of these clauses to the relevant committees. I don't think this committee is equipped, for example, to review matters of sanctions under the Magnitsky Act, for example, and so now we're not even doing that. Now, again, we can wrangle over how we got here. The fact of the matter is that the finance minister would not agree in advance to tell us she was coming here for 2 hours. In fact, the day she showed up at committee, we didn't know how long she was staying, which makes it very difficult for us to prepare our questions on such a massive bill, Mr. Chair. She came, she was not cooperative. And I want to put this in, and I say that I'll put this in context. We have had the governor of the Bank of Canada here several times, and the governor has been, we've asked the governor a lot of tough questions, a lot of very, very difficult questions. For example, why the bank is losing money for the first time in its history, why Canadian taxpayers are now subsidizing the Bank of Canada. And we were pretty tough on him, but he, in every instance, professionally and respectfully responded to the inquiries of this committee, no matter how difficult those questions were. I want to say the same about the parliamentary budget officer, who also received very, very difficult questions from members of this committee on matters pertaining to the budget. And in all aspects, in all situations, Mr. Giroux responded respectfully and professionally. We had, in fact, the Minister of National Revenue here, who, again, responded without insulting members of the committee, without calling members of the committee bullies, by the way, telling us exactly in advance how long she would appear before the committee. So I guess we can go back and forth as to how we got here, but that doesn't mean that the citizens of this country don't deserve a fulsome review of this budget and to hear from a broad spectrum of witnesses. And so I want to talk about why those witnesses are so important, Mr. Chair. As I said, the budget implementation bill is over 400 pages long, $500 billion in spending. We had, for example, I was able to question the executive director of the Ottawa Food Bank last week, who told us some very, very stunning testimony. She talked about, I asked her about what Mr. Hetherington said. Mr. Hetherington said, "Let me be clear, we are in a crisis. The Daily Bread Food Bank and food banks across the city are at a breaking point." Ms. Wilson said she absolutely agreed with that statement. I asked her if there was an increase in first-time users, that they were an all-time high, which is what Mr. Hetherington also said. She said, Ms. Wilson said, we continue to see people who are using food banks who haven't had to use them in many years, as well as newcomers to Canada, as well as people who are new to accessing food banks. I asked her about what Mr. Hetherington said about the fact that before the pandemic, which is 2019, 65,000 food bank users a month in Toronto. Now there are 270,000 users a month. This is stunning, absolutely stunning testimony. Now, I want to put this part in context, Mr. Chair. This government has spent more in deficit financing since 2015 than all other prime ministers before. From 1867 to 2015, the federal accumulated debt was $625 billion. From 2015 to today, the federal debt has doubled, approaching $1.2 trillion. And I have to say, Mr. Chair, never before has a government spent so much money to achieve so little in terms of results. And the proof is in Mr. Hetherington's testimony. Why, after what members of the Liberal Party have described as their government being such an activist government, why are 270,000 people a month in Toronto alone, let alone the rest of the country, in my home of Winnipeg, in Vancouver, all across the country, and millions of people? The food bank usage has quadrupled. And I have to say, Mr. Chair, that you can't judge success by how much you obviously, what this Liberal government has taught us in the last 8 years is that you cannot judge success by how much money you spend. You have to look at the results. And the results, Mr. Chair, they're not good. In fact, they are dismal. The tax revenues have ballooned, and yet the people of this country are in worse shape than ever before. We haven't had, for example, people from the real estate industry come in and talk about why housing starts are so low. Where are those witnesses, Mr. Chair? We haven't had people from the healthcare profession to come and talk about the dire circumstances in Canada's healthcare system across the country. So much money has been spent, and there's just been such dismal results, Mr. Chair, and it just demands special consideration, more than just 10 hours of witnesses. Ms. Wilson said that she saw an increase of users of about 30% over last year, but 86% over her 2019 numbers. This is not success. When Canadians are going hungry, and by the way, the number of people who are employed who are using food banks has spiked dramatically. That's a terrifying statistic. These are people who are working, who are actually doing their best to make ends meet and cannot afford to put food on their table. And those numbers in Ms. Wilson's food bank have gone up 86% over 2019. We had the food bank director from Mississauga here, Mr. Chair, said 5% of Mississauga are going to food banks. 1 in 20 Mississaugans are going to food banks. Like, it's absolutely appalling, Mr. Chair. And yet government members will try and defend their record because they like to say, well, we sent out a check for this and a check for that. By the way, the check that just went out for the grocery rebate, both the Mississauga Food Bank and Mr. Hetherington's food bank said that that will not help. They were very, very clear that it is not the solution. What Conservatives have said, the solution is to let people keep more of their paychecks. Let them have more powerful paychecks so they can actually afford to pay for groceries. It's not rocket science, Mr. Chair. It's very clear that Canadians are struggling, and they're struggling because of the nickel and diming by this government, tax increase after tax increase, eroding the spending power of their paychecks. We haven't had witnesses, for example, speaking of eroding the spending power of paychecks, we haven't had witnesses in to talk about, other than Mr. Cross, to talk about the cause of inflation in this country. For 2 years, government members have said, well, this is a problem, it's an international problem, it's come to our shores, it's not our fault. Nothing is ever the government's fault, but we need witnesses to come and talk about this, Mr. Chair. We need witnesses to come and talk about how profligate government spending directly causes inflation. Now, what Mr. Cross said was that when the issue of inflation being international was true, but this is 2 years later. We've had the bank, governor of the bank confirm in testimony and questioning that I did myself with him that if government spending had been less, inflation would have been less. We've had the bank governor say that the GST has caused about 10% of the current 4.5% of inflation that we currently have. And now the government puts on the clean fuel standard, the second carbon tax. They're going to increase the carbon tax again next year. Where does it end? You know, how many more people in this country, Mr. Chair, have to go to food banks? Ms. Wilson, as I said that her food bank usage spiked 86% over 2019. If that trend were to continue, her numbers are $400,000 a year. In 3 years, if it goes up by another 86%, her food bank will be servicing close to 700,000 people a year. It is simply not sustainable, Mr. Chair, and we need witnesses to come here to explain to the government why their profligate, massive spending habit is making it impossible for them to buy groceries, and sending them a check and standing up in the House and saying, we've solved this problem now. We've sent everyone a check for groceries. You know what? Canadians don't really want a check to buy groceries. You know, Canadians want to feel like they are accomplishing something in their lives. They want to feel good about the work that they're doing. They want to support their families. The last thing they want is for the government to say, here are some alms for you to go and buy some groceries, and you know, we've solved the problem. This problem is endemic to the fiscal policy approach of this government. And another thing is, you know, the governor of the bank, to his credit, is trying to get inflation under control. He's been selling off the bonds, what he calls quantitative tightening. he has increased interest rates to try and wrestle inflation to the ground. And inflation has come down somewhat, but experts say, and if members are interested, Mr. Cross has extensively written about this, is that fiscal policy and monetary policy need to work together. We need witnesses to come, which is the point of this motion, Mr. Chair, to explain to the government that fiscal policy, and I know the Prime Minister doesn't like to think about monetary policy. He's been very clear about that. But someone has to. And if he won't, I would suggest that members of this committee need to think about it, because fiscal policy is well established. Fiscal policy and monetary policy need to work hand in hand, Mr. Chair. They need to cooperate with one another, but it doesn't work when the bank is trying to wrestle inflation to the ground and the government pours deficit spending fuel on the fire, which is what has happened. The government has said they're going to spend $60 billion in debt through to 27, 28. Now, I have to say, Mr. Chair, that's assuming no new measures. I think we can safely assume there will be new measures. I haven't been here I've been here since 2019. There are always new measures. In fact, sometimes they come just minutes after these budget documents are adopted. You know, last fall, the finance minister introduced the fall economic statement that said we'd have a $4.5 billion surplus in 2028. 142 days later, she tabled the budget, which showed a $14 billion deficit in that year, an $18.5 billion swing in the forecast in just 142 days. I don't know how we can rely on anything this government tables in any budget document. You know, it's very, very concerning, Mr. Chair. And so we need witnesses to come to explain to this government why their fiscal policy needs to be in line with the bank's approach in terms of wrestling inflation to the ground. But you know, we now have tangible evidence that fiscal policy is actually making things worse. Inflation, although it had been coming down just this month, inflation went up. Now, it'd be very interesting when the governor of the Bank of Canada comes back, because I know members, at least conservative members of this committee at least, will want to ask him, has fiscal policy made your job more difficult? If the government had been more restrained in its spending, would the inflation rate be going down even further instead of going up? Is he concerned at all with the fact that this government plans to go at least another $60 billion into deficit over the next 5 years? But most importantly, is this uptick in inflation going to cause him to reconsider the pause? And, you know, the pause was interesting. It's something I'd never heard a bank governor say before, but fair enough. He wanted to be careful, and so he raised the rate, his bank rate, to 4.5%. And then he said, okay, we're going to have a pause to see how things go. And in fact, he said in committee that inflation's going to be 3% by the summer. But it went up. In the government's own budget document, it says that the inflation rate for 2023 will be 3.5%. Well, in order for that to happen, inflation would actually have to fall to 2.5% by midsummer for the inflation rate for 2023 to average 3.5%. So again, it's another example of how whatever the government puts in these budget documents, how can we possibly rely on them? How can Canadians rely on them? And again, there's the food banks. This testimony is very, very disturbing to me. I wish we could hear from more food banks across the country. But again, just like the government cut off debate in the House on the budget, just as they cut off witness testimony in this committee, just as the finance minister refused to tell us how long she would come to committee for. And then, by the way, showed up and after an hour said, well, you know what, I feel like I'm being bullied, but, you know, Mr. Blakey convinced me, you know, I should be kind. I should deign the committee another 20 minutes. So it was very kind of her to do that. But the fact of the matter is that we are not bullies. We do not work for her. We do not work for the government. We work for our constituents who elected us. And we have very serious questions about the direction this government has taken. For the finance minister to refuse invitations to this committee over and over again, when the bank governor comes, the parliamentary budget officer is happy to come, the minister of national revenue seems happy to come, and at least respectfully answer our questions. To have the finance minister come here and, you know, say we're bullies, to call members of our party political hacks in the House of Commons, that's just not productive, Mr. Chair. And so I think what would be productive is for us to actually...
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
A point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just, since I was on the other end of the political hack comment, I just wanted to, I appreciated it because it gave me credibility with some of my colleagues who think I'm too moderate. So just wanted to make sure that Mr. Morantz knew that my feelings weren't hurt.
Okay, thank you, MP Chambers. You had made that clear earlier too. So, but back to MP Morantz.
Well, you know, I know that, you know, I think Mr. Chambers could wear this as a badge of honor, that he's probably been called worse things by better people. But in any event, that's not productive, Mr. Chair. You know, I really think that what would be productive is that we have witnesses come to talk about $500 billion in government spending. And that's what we're arguing. We're arguing for here, Mr. Chair, and it's very, very important. So I want to get into some of the substance, though, of what we need these witnesses here for. So, for example, just bear with me for a second. So I have, the department actually provided a document. There's one thing I wanted to mention, by the way. When we had Ms. Dwyer here a while ago, I asked her what this issue was with CRA not accepting checks over $10,000. And she said, well, that's the way it's going to be. You know, maybe they'll make some, you know, someone can't do it if they can't figure out how to transfer electronically. I'm paraphrasing, but she said essentially something like, well, CRA will try and help them. And I just saw like a news report that she testified in front of the Senate committee that CRA is going to be accepting these checks. So, for example, that's another reason why we need to get clarification on many of these things. But the report that the department provided, the overview, is close to 90 pages long, Mr. Chair. It's massive. You know, there's electronic filing and certification of tax information and electronic payments. We need more time to discuss those types of things. We did get to speak about the doubling of the expense credit for tools of the trade. Although it would have been actually nice to get testimony from my colleague, Mr. Lewis, about his bill on this matter. We have not heard from the real estate industry, Mr. Chair. When housing is a major crisis in this country, affordable housing in general, this country is growing. It's going to be much bigger over the next 10 years. We have a massive shortage of housing, and housing starts have gone down. And yet we have not heard from experts at this committee on housing. And what government can do to create the environment that that home builders need to get houses built in this country. That's a major hole in witness testimony, and those voices are not being being heard, Mr. Chair. We have new rules on house flipping, which we have not heard external witness testimony about to find out how those might affect the market. I'm not saying it's maybe not a good thing. I just don't know because we haven't had a chance to hear from people representing co-ops, from people who are in the real estate industry, people in the banking industry, what this type of change in the rules of our real estate markets might have. And so it's a huge gap in our witness testimony. Taxation of veterans and active members' benefits. Again, we all have great respect for our veterans, and yet we haven't heard from any veterans, Mr. Chair. They haven't appeared before committee on this budget, and yet their benefits are being directly affected by this budget. Why haven't we heard from veterans organizations? And all we said is we want another 10 hours of testimony, which really could have been done by now, before we get to clause by clause. It's not like we're asking for the moon. So, and it wasn't like we were asking the finance minister to do a lot other than to come to the committee for 2 hours. Yet at every step of the way, this government seems to want to cut off debate on the budget in the House, cut off witness testimony. Maybe it's because they didn't like the 10 hours of witness testimony that we had. It was pretty bad for the government. There wasn't a lot of good things said about this budget, or any that I can recall. So maybe they wanted to stop the bleeding. It's really hard to say, Mr. Chair. I can't get into their minds. I can only really speculate. But nevertheless, that's the point of having these meetings, of having an opposition to the government that can point out flaws. And we know, Mr. Chair, that an effective opposition is fundamental to good governance. We know that because all we have to do is look around the world and see, look at countries that don't have an effective opposition. And you know what happens? In those countries, bad things, Mr. Chair. So we can see right now in Russia and in China and in many other places, in Sudan and many places around the world. But getting back to the issue of witness testimony, Mr. Chair, there's a provision here, Part 1E, technical changes, the Gottfriedson class settlement agreement, dealing with a class action proceeding on behalf of 325 Indian Act bands. We haven't heard from those bands about what this settlement means, Mr. Chair. No Indigenous testimony, in fact. No Indigenous testimony, Mr. Chair, about this budget. If I were a member of Indigenous communities across this country, I would be aghast at the short shrift this government is giving to Indigenous communities, especially when their legal status has been affected by this budget, and yet no Indigenous testimony. We talked about the grocery rebate already, so I'll move on from that one. There's also the automatic advance for the Canada Workers Benefit. That might be a good thing, Mr. Chair, but again, we haven't heard from workers. We haven't had unions speak to what this means for its members. Registered education savings plans, Mr. Chair, another area that we have not had witnesses on. No witnesses on the RESPs, a very important program. I know I had them myself for my kids. I'm sure many members of this committee had them. Millions of Canadians have these RESPs, and there are changes being made to the RESPs. We haven't been able to hear from parents groups. We haven't been able to hear from schools. Just a complete absence of testimony on a policy that will affect millions and millions of Canadians. Zero testimony, Mr. Chair. The Registered Disability Savings Plan. This one is actually near and dear to my heart, Mr. Chair. I don't know, probably many of committee members don't know, but my son Nathan was born in 1999. And when he was 2, he was diagnosed with autism. He was actually among the most severe. And when Mr. Flaherty brought in this particular program, we were among the first to sign up for it. The Registered Disability Savings Plan is an extremely important program for families in this country that have a loved one with a disability. We have not heard from disability groups. I would love to hear from disability groups about what we could do to improve the effectiveness of the Registered Disability Savings Plan. Mr. Flaherty, may he rest in peace. This was a signature accomplishment of his career, and he was an excellent finance minister for this country. And I can guarantee you, he would never do what this government is doing now in terms of their spending. And so, you know, where are the special needs groups? Where's the why isn't the St. Amant Center in Winnipeg here testifying about the importance of the Registered Disability Savings Plan? There's so many. The Autism Society in Manitoba, my home province, could be here testifying about the Registered Disability Savings Plan. In fact, there's not been any testimony from any family or group or individual on special needs issues, even though there are major changes being made in this budget with respect to that will affect millions of Canadians that have children. It's just appalling, Mr. Chair, that the dearth of witness testimony being enforced by the costly coalition of the Liberals and the NDP on this committee is really doing a massive disservice to Canadians. Fixing contribution errors in defined contribution plans. No testimony, witness testimony on that. Technical tax changes to the dental program, taxpayer information sharing for the Canada Dental Care Program. That's a very important thing. We're talking about having the CRA share confidential information. We've seen problems. There's a bill before the House right now to try and deal with privacy issues around leaking personal data. CRA has been hacked already. It's got there are a lot of issues around protection of personal data. And so again, it would be interesting to hear, for example, from the dental profession, for example, about this issue. But no, we haven't had those witnesses either. Hedging and short selling by financial institutions. We haven't had testimony on that one, Mr. Chair. That sounds like a very important subject that we should really be talking about at the Finance Committee, which is where we talk about the finances of this country. And yet major changes to banking laws are being made without any testimony. Now, I'm not going to go through every single one of these, Mr. Chair, but there are a few more that I want to touch on. Just bear with me here. Here's treatment of mining of crypto assets under the GST HST. We did have some testimony on that, and I'm no expert on this, Mr. Chair, but that strikes me as an area that needs to be further examined. We did hear testimony from, I think we had a couple of lawyers here from Toronto who said that this is a serious concern, this particular change, and that needs further examination, and that other countries are going to eat our lunch on this issue, on this type of technology in the future if we don't start treating entrepreneurs in this area with a little bit of respect. The credit card services we heard, I had to say in my testimony, Mr. Chair, that I've never seen a government actually make a promise and break that same promise in the same budget. That was a new one. They've broken many promises, and I won't go through the whole list here. I'm sure my colleagues would like to speak about those later. But we have a situation where the government has said they want to bring down credit card fees, that they've made agreements now with the banks to bring down the charges that people pay when they go shopping and use their credit cards. But at the same time, they changed the GST rules to make it more expensive. So they giveth and they taketh away, not a few months apart or years apart, but actually in the same moment, Mr. Chair, in the same document. It's quite stunning. We have the pension limitation period rebate fix. No testimony on that. Freight transportation of money. No testimony on that one either. The alcohol excise duties. We had some testimony on that. And I suppose it was good to see the government at least freeze the excise tax increase at 2% instead of inflation. I know I'd asked the Minister of Finance to freeze this back when the fall economic statement was released, when she was actually in committee that one time. And she said something akin to that. This was like this advice was akin to crypto or something. It was a weird response. I didn't expect the government to actually move on this, but I guess the finance minister must have thought about it, thought about my question and my arguments, and agreed with me. So I suppose that's one good thing, because when the budget came out, they actually did. I would have rather seen it zero. Frankly, the undemocratic nature of the escalator tax is clear. Taxes should not be increased unless Parliament actually votes for them. And not by order in council or any other way, Mr. Chair, but that's not what the excise tax does. A fair external complaints handling system for banking. Again, we have not had the banks in to talk about what this means. It may be a good thing, Mr. Chair. I'm not arguing for or against it, but the point of this motion isn't to argue for or against these measures. The point of this motion is to argue for the fact that 10 hours of witness testimony for a $500 billion budget is just simply not, it's just not sufficient, Mr. Chair. And I think that's painfully obvious. Strengthening the federal pension framework, Pension Benefit Standards Act, 1985. Again, no testimony on that. By the way, I just wanted to spend a few moments talking about the Canada Growth Fund, because I think this is very, very important. This is a $12 billion project that the government wants to stand up really quickly. Now, in my experience, and in my prior life as a lawyer, is that when clients rush to do things, often mistakes are made, but they want to stand it up really quickly. So instead of doing what they did with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, which, well, that's a whole other issue I can get into later, Mr. Chair, going out and hiring people to run the Canada Infrastructure Bank, what did they do? They decided to approach an independent pension fund management firm, the PSPIB, the Public Servants Pension Investment Board, and ask them to stand up the Canada Growth Fund as soon as possible. In fact, the departmental briefing notes say that a team has been seconded to stand up the Growth Fund. Now, we did have officials here on this, Mr. Chair, in the pre-study of the budget. And one of the things I asked the officials was whether or not a request for proposals was made. How was the PSPIB selected? They're independent. They're not a branch of the government. They stand alone, Mr. Chair. How is it that all of a sudden the PSPIB is managing the Canada Growth Fund? When I asked whether or not there was an RFP, the official said, well, she'd have to get back to me, which is fine, Mr. Chair. But the problem is that this is now approaching the end of May, and I've not heard back. I don't know why the PSPIB was selected without having to go through a request for proposals. In fact, the Government of Canada's own website on procurement says that for the public service to retain services of any company over $100,000, it must go to an RFP. I would like an answer to that question, and I have asked the clerk to follow up on that for me last week, and he did, and I still do not have an answer. That is fundamental, Mr. Chair, and we need to have an answer as to how the PSPIB got selected. Who made that decision, Mr. Chair? Was that a cabinet decision? We've seen so many things happen with this government where these decisions get made. People get appointed because of their connections. I'm not saying that the PSPIB isn't a worthy organization or a qualified organization at all. I just don't know, because no RFP was conducted. We haven't heard from witnesses. We could call other witnesses that might be able to testify and who might be able to do that as well. But no, somehow, out of the blue, the PSPIB gets to manage $12 billion. $12 billion, Mr. Chair, out of the blue with no request for proposals. This is terrible practice, Mr. Chair. We saw what happened with, the We Charity when this happened. There's just, it's like this government never saw a conflict it didn't want to embrace. I look at the Intergovernmental Affairs Minister's sister-in-law being tapped to be the interim director of the of ethics, and members of the Trudeau Society being appointed to provide reports that are supposed to be independent and potentially critical of the government. Of course, we've seen what happens when this government appoints people, its friends, and says they're independent. It's just a farce. It's a farce, Mr. Chair. And so, I don't know why this government seems to have a blind spot, frankly, when it comes to these types of conflicts. And it is a huge concern. And so why don't we have witnesses? It's a $12 billion project. Certainly witnesses on the Canada Growth Fund to spend $12 billion. You would think, well, that's a reasonable request. But yet, no, we're stymied. This committee wants only 10 hours of witnesses. We're not going to hear about the RTSPs. We're not going to hear about the RRSPs. We're not going to hear about the CRA private information sharing. We're not going to hear about the Canada Growth Fund. It's appalling. But again, I do hope, and I want to relate to the clerk, if he could follow up again to get me that answer. I would very much appreciate having an answer as to why, on a $12 billion project, $12 billion in taxpayers' money being rushed out the door, that no request for proposals was done to find the best, absolute best management for this project, this program in the country. And who decided? Who decided it should be the PSPIB? Was it someone in the public service? Was it a minister? Was it the Prime Minister? It's a mystery, Mr. Chair, and I don't like mysteries, especially when it comes to taxpayers' dollars, especially from a government that said it would be open by default, from a government that portended to be the most transparent government in Canadian history. Another important promise broken. Money laundering, Mr. Chair. Again, we have not heard from any witnesses about the important issue of money laundering in this country. Canada has become a safe haven for money launderers. In fact, we have our own nickname now for Canada. It's called snow washing. Not a badge of honor, Mr. Chair, and yet not a single witness on money laundering, which is a major issue. I know my colleague, Mr. Chambers, cares very, very much about this issue. In fact, he presented an important bill, a very simple bill that would have helped get this situation under control, and the government rejected it. They rejected a common sense bill that would stop or reduce money laundering in this country, Mr. Chair. Why? Is that responsible government? No, it's not responsible government. That's why we should be hearing witnesses on why Canada has the nickname snow washing, of all things. Again, not a badge of honor. Supporting economic growth of developing countries, potential tariff for redeveloping countries in Division 4 of C-47. This may be also a very laudable goal, but we have no explanation of this. We have no witness testimony. Be interesting to hear from developing countries, in fact, as witnesses on this matter. I know in my time on the Foreign Affairs Committee, we spent a lot of time talking about how we could help civil society organizations around the world to improve the standards of living of people living in poverty around the world. And Canada is in many respects a leader in those types of, and that type of thinking. But again, another very important part of this budget, nothing, no witnesses, no testimony, indefinite withdrawal of most favored nation status from Russia and Belarus. And again, this gets back to, by the way, this is in the budget bill, Mr. Chair. Indefinite withdrawal of most favored nation status from Russia and Belarus. I ask all the people who are watching this committee meeting now, what does that have to do with a budget? Send me your emails. It has nothing to do with a budget. It's again gets back to this issue of the dangers of omnibus bills. And so I may get back to some of these provisions in a few minutes, Mr. Chair, but I do want to say I think we also need to have witnesses about omnibus bills, that this practice has gotten out of control. And I have, it's an academic article written by Louise Massacote. I won't read the whole thing, but there's one passage in here that I think really needs to be read into the record. It talks about, as it's a fairly, it's not a recent document. It refers to an older Bill C-38, but it said, Bill C-38 has been widely condemned and criticism came from unexpected sources. Why are so many people concerned with omnibus bills? The reasons are, in many ways, the exact reverse of the previous ones. From the point of view of the opposition, omnibus bills are as attractive as the closure, time allocation, supply guillotines, and so on. They create quandaries for opposition parties and oblige them to object to some popular measures delicately hidden in a less attractive package. The real question, however, beyond the convenience of the government or of the opposition parties may well be, is the public interest well served by omnibus bills? Take, for example, the clause-by-clause study in committee. When a bill deals with topics as varied as fisheries, unemployment insurance, and environment, it's unlikely to be examined properly if the whole bill goes to the Standing Committee on Finance. The opposition parties complain legitimately that their critics on many topics covered by an omnibus bill have already been assigned to other committees. The public has every interest in a legislation being examined by the appropriate bodies. We know that speakers have consistently refused to act as referees on such issues, while at times hinting that the House might provide for some special procedures. One of them, Lucien Lamoureux, came up with what is probably the best question. Is there any end? And this is the point of this article. Where does this go? Could a government wrap up half of its legislative program into a single measure dealing with the improvement of life of Canadians or ensuring prosperity for all? We often hear that omnibus bills are like closure and time allocation. All governments do it, but this is why the most eloquent pleas against the practice of omnibus bills have been made in the past by the present Prime Minister and were no less eloquently refuted by then cabinet ministers now sitting in opposition. But in recent years, the logic behind omnibus bills has been pushed to extremes never seen before. It has been computed that between 1994 and 2005, budget implementation bills averaged 73.6 pages, while since 2006 they averaged 308.9, 4 times longer. But the increase is even more huge than it looks. While during the first period, a single budget implementation bill was presented each year, there were none in 2002 and 2 in 2004. Bills that mature have since then been presented twice a year, bills of that nature have since been presented twice a year, except in 2008, when there was a single one. The yearly average of budget implementation legislation in recent years is therefore closer to 550 pages. This is 7 times longer. Another contrast is that during the first period, budget implementation bills tended to be slimmed down markedly between first reading and royal assent, while in recent years, they kept their initial size throughout. The debate on Bill C-38 reminds us that omnibus bills have become a slippery slope, now generating high controversy. In my view, they do very little to improve the already low esteem in which legislators are held by the Canadian public. My colleague Ned Franks wrote 3 years ago that omnibus budget implementation bills subvert and evade the normal principles of parliamentary review of legislation. I fully concur with his assessment. I couldn't have put it better, Mr. Chair. With that, I think I'm probably going to give up the floor for the moment. I would ask the clerk to put me back on the list, though. And I do hope, though, and I just want to say that some of the things I've said have had some influence on the other members of this committee. It is vitally important. We need to, the Liberals need to put their partisanship aside and look out for the best interests of all Canadians. In a $500 billion budget, reaching almost 25% of this country's GDP, Canadians deserve no less. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, thank you, MP Morantz. Next on my list, I have MP Blakey, then PS Beach, MP Perkins, MP Morantz. MP Blakey, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I am glad for the opportunity to kind of weigh in on what has been going on at committee. And it's hard to know exactly where to start, so forgive me if I seem a little ponderous at the outset. There's a few things that I think, like I do think the story of how we got here matters, because I've heard a lot about, how desperately Conservative members here want to hear from witnesses. I would point out that when we first embarked upon the study of the bill, there was lots of time to hear from witnesses. And I share the frustration of Conservative members with the minister, who I think should have committed to come to committee far earlier and committed for the 2 hours. And I've been very clear about that. Nothing's changed in that regard. I still think that's true. I don't think it was helpful that the minister, first of all, refused to say that she'd come for 2 hours and then, decided to stay longer but didn't give anybody any notice. I frankly don't think it's what you do in a professional workplace. I think, but I also know, so I will say, and this is part of my frustration as somebody who is neither a Liberal nor a Conservative, I also came prepared to do the work of clause by clause. And, members around this table will know there's a fair amount of work that goes into that, preparing for amendments, and there's a lot of folks to talk to about different kinds of decisions, and there's very usually short notice on when amendments come, and so it's a rush to talk to folks about what the amendments represent, what they mean, talking to other members about their own amendments, and then talking to folks in our respective parties and many Canadians outside of the political system who are experts in those fields. And so we do our homework, and then we come prepared to work, as I did yesterday. And I was and still am frustrated, to put it mildly, that having come prepared to work, that I haven't been able to do that work, and instead have been subjected to the same filibuster largely that we had before the minister came. And I would say to my conservative colleagues, to the extent that the Liberals do say from time to time, what's the point of giving the Conservatives anything that they want, because at the end of the day, they're just going to keep filibustering anyway. They're first and foremost committed to obstruction for no other reason than obstruction itself. This spectacle that we're witnessing sure doesn't help any of us who would like to argue back to the Liberals, as I often have in defense of Conservatives, to say, look, despite my own frustration with what they're doing, there's a legitimate point there. It's not just endless dysfunction. What we're doing here is endless dysfunction, except that's not exactly true, because there is an end date to this. The end date to this is Monday at 4 o'clock, as agreed to by the Conservatives. So this is a filibuster that accomplishes nothing. They are building no leverage for anything. At Monday on 4 o'clock, we're going to start voting on clause by clause, and we will go through every clause of this bill with no debate, offering members of Parliament no opportunity to put on the record why they're voting for or against certain amendments. No useful purpose is served by that. That means Canadians won't get the reasons for why MPs are voting in any particular way. It means we won't have any debate around this table. And all the Conservatives are doing right now is pissing away the time that we have to do that democratic work, both for now and for posterity. Because later, if anybody can get through all of the many hours of ridiculous filibuster that we've been subjected to, they might care to find some of the reasons why certain provisions that are in this act passed or didn't pass. But the idea that somehow this filibuster is accomplishing anything when the Conservatives have already agreed, apparently at the time in good faith, to an end to clause by clause is just ridiculous. It's complete fabrication. Now, I get that they want to hear more witnesses. I wanted to hear more witnesses. In fact, I said so. Well, they ate up 23 hours of the committee's time. So what the heck is going on here? And why should anyone watching this be impressed? Like, I'm beyond the blame game. This is pathetic. It's just pathetic. Shame on all of us for not finding a way out. But what's going on doesn't help anybody, and it's certainly not in the spirit of freedom or democracy or accountability or any of it. What we're watching is the Conservatives are just going to talk the clock out to the deadline that they themselves set. Now, why am I not prepared to extend the deadline? Because I think that all that means is I'm going to be subjected to more hours of Conservative filibuster, and we're going to keep doing this until a majority of the committee has the ability to finally have a vote. What is the point of Parliament? The point of Parliament and members of Parliament, first and foremost, the one thing we can do that nobody else gets to do is vote on things. That's it. That's what we're here to do. And that fundamental purpose and that fundamental right of parliamentarians is being hijacked by people who won't let votes happen. The Conservatives know full well that the committee is prepared to move on and consider this legislation, and we should do it while we still have time to debate. But no, we're not gonna, are we, guys? So what is up with that? I'm getting really tired of listening to people talk about how much they want to hear from witnesses after burning up all that time. So we have a problem that there isn't enough trust and good faith around this table. The Conservatives will say it's the Liberals' fault. The Liberals will say it's the Conservatives' fault. I don't care whose fault it is. We got to do better, guys. We really do. This is not acceptable. And members who aren't permanent members of this committee, and of course, many Conservatives have changed. I think they're on their second or third leader of the Parliament. They're on their 8th finance critic. I don't know. Those aren't real numbers. Don't quote me. It's been a lot, though. So some of the folks around the table may not know. We did this on the fall economic statement. We did this on the last budget bill. Like, this is like some kind of parliamentary Groundhog Day film. I've watched this movie. The ending is dumb, and Canadians don't win. What we should be doing is spending this time actually doing clause by clause. That's where we're at. We had 10 hours of witness testimony. As I say, I agree that's not enough. But I'm not prepared to extend this circus Do I actually believe we're going to hear more from witnesses? I got to say at this point, no, I don't. I kind of think like the Conservatives are going to find something else that they want to complain about, and then they're going to filibuster on that. I could be wrong, but I'm not interested in finding out that I'm right. I thought we were done with this. I thought we were going to do some real work. Second day now, I've come prepared to do some real work on clause by clause, and I'm not getting the opportunity. So I'm glad I at least finally got the floor to talk a little bit about that. Mr. Morantz earlier mentioned, he quoted from somebody who said it's, omnibus bills are terrible. And one of the reasons why is because the Finance Committee is expected to be subject matter experts on everything else. I would remind Mr. Morantz and other members of the committee that the original study motion we had we actually got to a vote when we should have got to a vote, after some debate within the context of a 2-hour meeting, a 2-hour debate and a vote is still a fair amount of debate and vote for 12 people sitting around a table discussing how to study a bill. It's not the content of the bill that we were discussing at that time if we were actually on topic. You may recall that's the debate where we heard a lot about eels and the fishery on the East Coast, which again, fascinating topic. But I mean, we should have been able to get to a vote on that. And had we got to a vote on that, the very thing that Mr. Morantz was just quoting that he said he wanted to have happen would have happened. We would have sent the sections of the bill that properly belong with our critics who are experts in other areas. We would have sent those committees those sections, and we would have benefited from their wisdom. And we would have multiplied the ability to hear witness testimony, because there would have been other committees and their committee slots providing time to hear witnesses on the content of the bill. That was the whole point of breaking up the bill. And I think that's a better process, given that omnibus bills, not just by this government, also by this government, and I would say in spite of a promise not to do omnibus bills, but not just by this government, by the previous government who made an art form of it, the Harper government. If they're going to become a fact of parliamentary life, then we need to find a better way as parliamentarians to study it and to push back against the government's effort to effectively impose closure by putting a whole bunch of things in one bill. We don't appear to be able to stop them from doing that, but what we can do is change the way we study the bill so that there is more time and there is the ability to hear witnesses. I thought that was a good thing that our committee was onto, but we have failed to set a precedent for that yet again, because instead we've had to listen to filibuster. If we take Parliament seriously and we take our role and our job, if we don't think our job is a joke, then we could actually take the time to do the work, and we could set interesting precedents for how you go about studying a budget bill, given the fact that governments seem pretty committed to doing omnibus legislation. We could set a new standard. We could raise the bar for accountability in terms of Parliament hearing witnesses and having subject matter experts examine legislation. I actually thought we were on the cusp of that. What a fool I was. What a fool I was. So, I'm sitting around feeling like I was had, because I thought we were having some good conversations through the winter, trying to figure out how we weren't going to repeat last year's gong show. And yet here we are, right back where we started, except even more futile. I mean, at least last year, once the Conservatives were done their filibuster and they agreed to a timeline to do clause by clause, we actually did clause by clause. Now we're not. And I'll say to you, it is a real problem if we get to Monday at 4:00 and we start voting on this stuff without any of us having put our reasons on the record. I think that'll be a bloody shame. And I think anyone who's really committed to accountability and democracy in Parliament would not allow that to happen. But I am not prepared to extend the deadline, because from what I've seen, extending the deadline just means more of this. So this is the problem. You can't negotiate a process to get to the outcomes that everyone through the filibuster say they want to achieve, because you think you have, and then they eat up all the time to accomplish that other purpose with more filibuster. So eventually you do need a deadline. And I mean, I participated in a filibuster in the 42nd Parliament on when the government was contemplating making unilateral changes to the standing orders. I thought they needed at least one other party to agree. I thought that was a filibuster with some principle. I thought that was worth getting animated about. I thought it was worth showing up for. And so I did. And, you know, and I also respect that there will be filibusters, and I've seen those too, believe me. And not just here at the Procedure and House Affairs Committee last Parliament, it was Liberals tying up the committee because they didn't want the committee to invite the Prime Minister. Like, there are going to be filibusters that I don't agree with. That's okay. I'm okay with that. But I got to say, for what's being held up and the amount of work we haven't been able to do, the goal of this filibuster is pretty light. It's pretty light. Like, it wasn't worth losing all the good work we could have done. The minister is intransigent. I am mad about that. Parliament doesn't have the ability to compel the minister to appear. We do have the ability to do our own work, but we don't seem to be able to get that done. So, you know, let's not throw stones in glass houses. I think the minister should be held to account for not having been clear that she was willing to show up for an hour or an hour and a half or 2 hours, or I think it was in the end an hour and 40 minutes or whatever. Sure. But are you really going to let the attitude of that minister derail the entire work of the Finance Committee for months? We deserve better than that. Canadians deserve better than that. This work deserves to get done. And we're not going to agree on all the outcomes, guys. I'm not looking for a kumbaya moment. All I'm looking for is for everyone on this committee to say their piece and then allow us to vote on things so that we can make decisions and move things along. Because if Parliament can't do that, we got a big problem. And that's where the feeling that some people are just committed to endless dysfunction gets harder and harder to shake. So I'm not going to go on and on and on, and I'm not going to, I mean, there's a number of claims that I think are worth responding to, except it's hard to feel that they really are, because this whole thing feels in an important way fundamentally unserious. I got to say, we're talking around a lot of serious things, but I don't feel like we're doing it in a serious way anymore. And I'm disappointed by that. I think we could do a lot better. But I got to say, as somebody who believes in making decisions based on evidence and experience, my experience on this committee and the evidence that any Canadian is welcome to go look at, not just from this budget bill process, but from the many ones we've done before, I'm finding it harder and harder to believe that I'm sitting around a table of serious people who are honestly committed to getting a job done. So, you know, that's my point of view. I get we're all going to have different points of views about this. But I just felt like if Canadians are sitting at home wondering what the heck is going on, somebody should have the decency to call out what I think is really happening and the only way that you can make sense of what's going on here. And the clock is running. The time will not be extended because I am tired of these shenanigans. So let's think about what we do with the time we have and how we do the best job, instead of asking for permission to continue this charade. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Blakey. Just on those remarks, I do my job at the will of the committee, and you know, in good faith, I hear from members, and we move forward, especially when there is a vote and when it is with unanimous consent, and it was with unanimous consent that. In terms of what we would do with PS Beach's motion, and that we would get to clause by clause yesterday, and look to complete that by Monday. And it would, you know, I had crossed my fingers that we could have done it even earlier. And this has come up a number of times. It came up with Fez. It came up with our pre-budget consultation. I know members have all spoken to me from all parties about the pre-budget consultation, even when we get into that, and being able to do it in a more methodical way, and to be able to have a report that will go to the ministry, to the minister, to be able to have more impact. So I've heard from all of you, and like I said, I take you at your word and in good faith. On that, I'm going to pass the floor over now to PS Beach, and then I've got MP Perkins, and then MP Morantz. PS Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our colleague from the NDP, Daniel Blakey, for those comments. I mean, the sentiment is shared, I'm sure, by a lot of people sitting around this table. We all work very hard throughout our ridings to gain the respect of our constituents, knock on doors, have conversations, attend events, do a lot of hard work. Everybody does. Conservatives, the NDP, Bloc, Liberal members, to be able to have the privilege to sit at this table. And what struck me from Daniel's comments, which I think is apt for what is currently going on, what has been going on for a long time, is a lack of seriousness. And you can trace that lack of seriousness all the way back to the first critic that I worked with here at Finance Committee, which was Pierre Poilievre. And that's the first time that I ever, in all my time that I've been in Parliament, and I've served 7 ministers before serving at Finance, been subject to just arbitrary filibuster, which is what we're facing today, and which is what has my colleague Daniel so upset. And there's a track record of this. So you can draw a straight line from Pierre Poilievre as finance critic, acting in that way, directly to becoming leader, and then forcing his members to act in that way, which is exactly what we're witnessing today. We could go back to May 9th of 2022, the aforementioned Budget Implementation Act. Was it filibustered by the Conservatives? Absolutely. We could go back to the Fall Economic Statement, filibustered by the Conservatives between November 2nd and November 16th. We go to this Budget Implementation Act, which has been filibustered thus far. I believe it's something like 25 hours over witness time, and now
27.
Oh, thank you. I wouldn't want to be incorrect. 27 hours over witness time, and now, including the first hour and a half today, another 6 or so hours during clause-by-clause time. I have in front of me the original motion that I drafted, and I want to talk a little bit about how this motion was drafted. I got a call from the Conservative Party saying, hey, can we figure out how to work on the BIA? And I was very excited because I thought if we could avoid a filibuster like we had at the last Budget Implementation Act, and if we could avoid a filibuster like we had at last Fall Economic Statement, it would actually allow us to do the work that my colleague Daniel Blakey just described. So I had phone calls, we had meetings, we did some of that in person, we did some of that online. And then a very familiar play began to play out. It had happened before, so I wasn't surprised by it. But basically, we had come to what I thought was a general agreement on the way that we could handle this. And then all of a sudden, the negotiator changed and the terms changed. And as we looked for ways to come to terms on those terms changed again. So when my colleague, MP Lawrence, talks about negotiating in good faith, I would dispute that. Now, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. As the saying goes, Adam Chambers tried to get it before. I'm using it now. But really, I felt like it was going to be shame on me again because, I don't want anybody to be in a filibuster. I've been very clear about that with my members. I've been very clear about that with the Conservatives and with all opposition members, that I negotiate in good faith every single day so that we can do the good work at this table and avoid at all costs filibusters or needlessly wasting people's time. An example of that is very clear here today. Mr. Morantz in his speech talked about the great testimony from Ms. Lindsay Guire. Well, he's not in the room, so he probably doesn't know, but that person, as well as a number of very articulate and hardworking professionals from the Department of Finance are here to work on clause by clause and to answer some of those specific questions that were included in Mr. Morantz's filibuster. But his very act is preventing those officials from doing their job and making sure that we're passing the best Budget Implementation Act possible. Now, Mr. Lawrence complained yesterday. I think he logged a good 4.5 hours yesterday. It was quite the show. And when we talk about a lack of seriousness, that comes from a couple different places. Sometimes it's the content of what we're actually discussing versus what we should be discussing. Sometimes it's members serving wine, in the committee room instead of having, the good discussion that we should be having on the budget that's supposed to be helping Canadians. But in this particular case, I spent a lot of time talking about the good faith of getting at least 20 hours of study prior to being able to begin clause by clause. I agree that we should get at least 20 hours. That's certainly what we set in the previous BIA. That's what we set in the fall economic statement. We want witnesses to come. And heck, if we weren't subject to filibuster, we could do well beyond 20 hours. We've proven that, right? It's not like the members here aren't willing to work. We've shown up, I think we got to be 40-something hours now doing nothing, except listening to the Conservatives talk about fish and Elvers and whatever they can fill the time with, reading handbooks, et cetera. That's what we've been listening to. We've actually today we have officials here. Previously, we had food banks. We had chambers of commerce. All the people that Mr. Morantz talked about, veterans, people that could have talked about money laundering, chambers of commerce, Indigenous individuals, people that could talk about the RESPs, people that represented disability groups. All those people could have been slated to appear. And they were all denied their ability to contribute to the budget process because of Mr. Morantz and his active filibuster. I wish I could take Mr. Morantz's testimony of today and travel it back in time to the start of this month, and he could talk to himself about the impact of his actions and that of his party. What happens when you filibuster needlessly and not for any real point? The point was quite clear. The point is to obstruct the bill and to prevent it from passing, or at least to delay it as long as possible. Mr. Lawrence talked about that yesterday, and certainly I think our colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP realized that through various negotiation process. The outcome that the Conservatives are looking for is very clear. Witness testimony is not part of what their objectives are. And you can tell that based on their actions. I've already talked about 3 specific filibusters around the 3 most significant fiscal documents that the government puts forward, the last 2 BIAs and the fall economic statement. But it goes well beyond that. For 2 years in a row, the Conservative Party has prevented us from studying pre-budget consultations in any meaningful way. In fact, last year, they arbitrarily moved it as part of their negotiation for no real reason from August up until October, simply so Canadians couldn't have their say at the start of the pre-budget process. And how did those pre-budget processes used to happen, Mr. Chair? They used to happen by this committee going across Canada to be at the doorsteps of Canadians, to hear what they have to say so they could substantially contribute to this process. And for the last 2 years, that has been banned. And that ban continues under the current leader, Mr. Pierre Poilievre. His entire goal as a leader is to try and convince Canadians that the country is broken, well, on one hand, while trying to actively break it on the other hand. Mr. Chambers said today, as a point of order, that he was scared that his colleagues might think he's too moderate. He supports a leader that is actively trying to fire an independent officer, the governor of the Bank of Canada. That is an independent institution that has been in place for more than a generation, that has served Canadians so well, put us in the position that we're in, to be able to outperform our peers in other economies. And the current leader of the opposition, if he ever gets into the Prime Minister's chair, wants to fire that individual, not for good reason, but because it's part of his strategy. That is the strategy that Mr. Adam Chambers is supporting. So fear not, good sir. Nobody is ever going to suggest that you're a moderate, as long as you support a leader that uses these types of undemocratic tactics, not as a measure of last resort, but as the first thing that he goes to when acting. It's just what he's learned since he's been here. So going back to my interaction with Mr. Lawrence and this original motion, I have the original copy. It's dated May 1st, 2023. And this was a consensus document that was written by having conversations with members of the Conservative Party, members of the Bloc, and members of the NDP, as well as our own Liberal caucus. And unlike the previous BIA and the previous FES, where I thought I could take the Conservatives at their word, every time they made an offer, I made sure that those offers were shared with the Bloc and the NDP, so that if the goalposts changed, that they would understand that somebody was trying to put the wool over our eyes and that they were, in fact, not negotiating in good faith. Later on, when we finally resolved this is how it got resolved. We had this exact motion, as well as the unanimous consent wording that we had spoken into the record. And Mr. Lawrence sat next to me and went line by line to make sure that he agreed with every single point that was in here, asking questions along the way. And in fact, he asked me specifically about the 20 hours of study. And could we change the language to guarantee that 20 hours of study before we move to clause by clause? To which I definitively said, no, I can't do that, because how many hours of study we get depends on how much time the whips can get together for committee resources. But it is our essential that we could get over 20 hours, because that's what we originally said back in April, over a month ago. And he read this passage, might have read it a couple of times, and agreed that this actually substantially does what we want. And then we added Gabrielle's clause, which made sure that we did 10 hours before the end of the week. That particular passage reads, it's item D, subject to the approval of the recognized party whips and the availability of meeting slots from the House of Commons, the committee hold as many additional meetings as possible with the goal of accomplishing at least 20 hours of study prior to the beginning of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. Now, I'm not in charge of getting committee time or understanding the resources and how they are, but my understanding is we canceled a large number of other committees. So the Conservatives not only obstructed here by filibustering and continuing to filibuster, but they've obstructed the PROC committee. They've obstructed, I don't know the full list, but it's many, many committee meetings that have been canceled while we've listened to the Conservatives talk about nothing. So I would agree, finally, with Daniel's last point, which was all the Conservatives are doing by continuing this filibuster is proving the fact that they intend to do nothing except obstruct for obstruction's sake. There is no interest to hear from Canadians. They were here. The Conservatives kicked them out. There is no interest to hear from officials. They are here. They've been here for 6 or 7 hours. They've gone through 2 clauses. Otherwise, we've been listening to various, whatever the Conservatives could think of to fill the time. And you don't have to take my word for it. That's the great thing about parliamentary democracy and the systems that we have set up in Canada. You can go and review the tapes. Everything that I talk about has been on video. Then they come on Wednesday. They don't talk to our chair about how they want more witness testimony on Friday when we dismissed our last witnesses. They don't talk to the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance about how they want more witnesses on Saturday or on Sunday. They don't send a text message or say anything on Monday or Tuesday. No. They send a tweet on Wednesday, the day before we're supposed to start clause by clause, and the day that they know that we can't have more witnesses because it would be impossible for the clerk to schedule it, to specifically complain about not getting witnesses. It doesn't take a PhD student doing some 4-year study to figure out what's going on here. It takes a rudimentary analysis to understand that every permanent member of the Conservative Finance Committee supports their leader's philosophy, Pierre Poilievre, to obstruct for obstruction's sake, not to the benefit of the true role of the opposition, which is to take a look at government legislation and help us make it better. Show up here with actual problems. We work through it through debate, and we actually get it changed to make it better. This Budget Implementation Act will not be as good as it should be simply because we could not incorporate the good ideas of the Conservative Party because they decided that they do not want to contribute their ideas. All of that being said, Mr. Chair, and I expect that after we dismiss this motion, which is very similar to the previous motion that we adjourned on yesterday, which is very similar to the motion that we voted against at the start of yesterday. I'm sure there will be another one and another one after that. But maybe Mr. Blakey was convincing enough, because I think he's more convincing than I am. Maybe the members of Parliament from the Conservative Party will look inside themselves and decide that parliamentary democracy is worth more than getting a gold star from your obstructionist leader who has no interest in contributing to this committee. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we get to work. The officials are here ready to work. Liberal members are here ready to work. The NDP is here ready to work. The Bloc is here ready to work. And with that, I would move that we adjourn debate on this motion.
Yes, Beach and Clerk, if you could take the vote.
Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
In favor.
Madame Chatel?
En faveur.
Ms. Jarowitz?
En faveur.
Mr. McDonald?
In favor.
Mr. Halan?
Against.
Mr. Lawrence?
MP Lawrence? Okay, if you can move on, Clerk.
Mr. Morantz?
Against.
Mr. Shipley?
Against.
Okay. Mr. Perkins?
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
It's carried. So we now, members, will move back to clause-by-clause consideration. And we were at clause 4, so shall clause 4 carry?
On division.
On division? Okay, so we're going to go to clause 5. Shall clause 5 carry?
On division.
On division.
On division? Shall clause 6 carry?
Chair, can we get a recorded vote?
Okay, a recorded vote for clause 6. Clerk, please.
Mr. Baker?
In favor.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Chatel?
En faveur.
Ms. Jarowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
In favor.
Mr. Halan?
Against.
Mr. Perkins?
Against.
Mr. Morantz?
Against.
Mr. Shipley?
Against.
Monsieur Saint-Marie,
Oui.
Mr. Blakey,
We.
7 yeas, 4 nays.
Carried. Moving to Clause 7, shall Clause 7 carry, members?
Mr. Chair, could I have the floor?
We're in a vote, we just called a vote, so shall Clause 7 carry?
I have
Are
my
you want to
hand raised.
speak
I'm
to,
sorry.
are you looking to speak to Clause 7?
Yes, but I had my hand raised, so I.
Oh, I didn't see your hand raised, sorry, it didn't come up on our screen.
Oh, sorry.
It's not up.
Okay.
So
Do I have
MP
the floor?
Perkins, MP Perkins to Clause 7?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay.
On the budget implementation bill, I'd like to move the following motion, that the committee reiterate its desire to hear a total of 20 hours of testimony in relation to Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act number 1, as agreed to on May 16th, 2023. And notwithstanding that motion, the committee maintain its goal of receiving 20 hours of witness testimony, but not proceed with the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill until the committee hears a minimum of 19 hours of witness testimony.
MP Perkins? Yeah, and I do see a hand up, MP Zarowitz.
Mr. Chair, isn't this the exact, like more or less the same motion that we have been debating and voting down? So what I'd like to do is I'd like to move to adjourn debate.
Order, it's 19 hours and not 20 is what is, so it is in order. So MP Perkins?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I moved to adjourn debate,
Oh,
so.
yep, sorry, okay. MP Zarowitz to adjourn debate, so
I
if,
don't think,
so
she hasn't got the floor.
she did have
can't
the
move to
floor,
adjourn, but
she did have the
I had
floor, MP Perkins. So if, clerk, if you could just
On a point of
poll the
order,
members,
Chair.
please, poll the members,
Point of
please,
order,
clerk.
Chair.
We're going to poll the members that we asked for adjournment of debate by MP Zarowitz. She did have the floor. Poll the members, please, clerk.
Point of order, Chair.
I'd like to challenge the chair on that ruling that I didn't have the floor. I moved the motion, and immediately after that, I have the floor to speak to the motion.
First, we'll have the vote on the adjournment of debate. Clerk, please.
I'd like to challenge the chair on that ability to do that. That motion is out of order.
Yeah. We will suspend for a minute. Clerk, yes. So MP Zarowitz did get the floor, but she did get it on a point of order, so she would not be able to look to adjourn debate. So back to MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of discussion in the last hour or so by MP Blakey and MP Beach, which I found interesting. And as they say, there's usually at least two sides to every story, and in this case, it probably is three. I think we need, for those who are watching, we need to understand, or those watching need to understand how we got to this place and why we're asking for 19 hours of witnesses as opposed to the 10 that has happened today. And it actually goes back to the original motion that MP Beach spoke quite extensively about a few moments ago, where it was negotiated in good faith. And we certainly believe it was negotiated in good faith that we would get 20 hours of witnesses. It's the government, though, and I believe this is an issue about how we've gotten here, that both MP Blakey and MP Beach may have a different view on. Our view is that we negotiated that in good faith. And the government has decided to not have 19 hours or 20 hours of debate or witness testimony. They've decided to only have 10 on a spending bill of $500 billion for the Budget Implementation Act. And we negotiated in that good faith and believe that good faith is not being upheld by the government and by their partner, supply arrangement partner, the NDP, in saying that it's okay to only have 10 hours of witnesses on a piece of legislation that has record spending and will have impacts on generations to come. And MP Beach talked about arbitrary filibusters. Well, I'm sorry that he thinks democratic tools are arbitrary. They're not arbitrary. The 27 hours, as the chair rightly points out, of discussion that was held on the minister appearing for 2 hours at this committee to defend her Bill C-47, her bill, which amends 51 acts of Parliament and spends $500 billion, was not arbitrary. It was a specific democratic, institutional accountability issue. The minister had built up a level of distrust in this committee and in the House because she had refused to attend 3 invitations by this committee in the last 6 months. The first one being to appear on the issue of inflation with the governor of the Bank of Canada. The second one being on estimates. And estimate invitations, well, they are invitations and it's up to the minister to come. Generally, even in the Treasury Board guidelines that I referred to in my earlier discussion about our appearance, says that estimate appearances are a must for a minister. They're not really optional. You have to come as a minister as part of the accountability element of Parliament to do it. Yet she was unwilling, and we were unable to secure a guaranteed commitment from the minister that she would appear for 2 hours. That's all we were asking for. I don't think it's a lot to ask. So beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I guess. And the fact that the minister had ignored 3 invitations, the third one being on the actual pre-budget consultation for this budget that was delivered in Parliament, one of the 5 days between May and January that the minister appeared in Parliament, was about trying to make sure.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, on a point of order, I'd like my Conservative colleague to focus on his particular motion. He seems to be discussing a different motion, one that was being previously debated regarding the attendance of the minister. This is a motion about the presence of the witnesses.
Merci, MP Chattel, and just to MP Perkins, I think I've mentioned it before, but relevance, please, MP Perkins.
You gave the latitude to MP Blakey and MP Beach to speak to this issue for almost an hour. They spoke to this issue. So we have a right to respond to that issue in the same context, that the latitude they were given. And the Liberal members may not like to hear the fact that there is actually an alternative view to the long half-hour presentation by MP Beach on his view of whether what's been going on here is arbitrary or obstructionist. That was allowed to go on without interruption. I would expect the government members, but we didn't interrupt that, even though it was not pertinent to the actual motion he was discussing. I would expect the same courtesy from government members. So I will continue on that. The arbitrary nature that Mr. Beach accuses the opposition of doing is a basic fundamental principle, which is the issue of whether or not this committee has been ignored by government members, whether this committee is now imposing a version of closure.
Order.
Beach, point of order.
So I'll apologize if my half an hour presentation was off topic, but I can't take it back. But what we can do is follow the procedures according to the rules. I know Mr. Perkins doesn't actually think half an hour is a long presentation. For him, that is extremely, you can barely say his name in 30 minutes, right? I think he's put something like 15 to 20 hours down in this time. But he just admitted on the record just now that what he's talking about is not relevant to the motion. And I think that we agree, and therefore he should be ruled out of order, and we should get to a vote.
So, P.S. Beach, and whenever any of our members are speaking and the point of order does come up on relevance, I do try to refocus members and bring them back to the topic at hand, be it the motion or the clause or whatever we are discussing, but I'll allow MP Perkins to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, MP Beach. I understand you don't like hearing another side of the story that you presented, but the reality is that it's a pattern with this government to try and avoid accountability, which is part of the motion that I put forward here, which is the issue of having witnesses on this legislation. Now, and the one that was agreed to in good conscience and good, all best efforts with the government, that the government is now shutting down. The shutting down of that. And there's been lots of time this week, and since that motion was passed, for the government to work with the clerk as a constituency break. There were lots of parliamentary resources available for this committee to do the 20 hours of work that motion called for. Yet the government has chosen not to do that. The government has chosen to try and reduce that discussion. And MP Blakey, in his discussion earlier, said the most fundamental thing we do as members of parliament is to discuss and vote. And vote, yes, but voting without the benefit of what expert witness testimony can give us on key aspects of this $500 billion spending bill that is adding fuel to the inflationary fire in this country, is voting in some form without the knowledge that members of parliament should have from outsider groups. Yes, there's a vote on perhaps on instinct and your own knowledge, and I don't dispute the fact that Mr. Blakey is a very knowledgeable and experienced parliamentarian, been through many of these budget processes and understands the budget in great detail. But I'm sure even he would admit that having 19 hours of witnesses is not a lot to ask. And the government is saying, no, we don't want that. And the government is saying that they didn't want that by the fact that they didn't schedule the full 19 or 20 hours this week to get the work done so that it could be done by the 26th, by next Monday. There's been lots of time and parliamentary resources. There was no excuse for those watching because we are in a constituency break. Very few, and in fact, I think only PROC is maybe the only other committee that's meeting this week, is very few of the committees are meeting, and therefore there are interpretation and staff and other resources available to have done the 20 hours of work on the original motion, which the government has chosen not to follow. So I believe it's the government that has actually not acted in good faith. It's actually acting in bad faith against the motion. It makes it difficult as the official opposition to believe that when we negotiate something with the government members in the future, that they will live up to those conditions either, that they aren't just playing a game to say, okay, well, we've got your agreement, and then we're going to impose a form of committee closure by shutting it down once we start the process. And we can do that in a couple of ways. We can do it through formal programming motions, as the government has done as of late over the last 6 months or so, or we can do it simply by not scheduling the meeting, by not allowing and inviting the witnesses to attend to do the work in the week that was set out and agreed to do. To me, that's obstructionist. To me, that's a form of passive filibuster, stopping the government, stopping the opposition from questioning witnesses on things they don't like to hear. They heard some very passionate and heartfelt testimony from some of Canada's food banks, the Ottawa Food Bank right here in Ottawa, and earlier testimony last week. And I'm sure it was hard for the government members to hear it because it was extremely critical of the government. In fact, most of the testimony in the 10 hours was critical to the government in deciding this. And so I can understand why they want to shut the debate down from their perspective, because witnesses were not providing them with the government talking points at the table that they were hoping to get. They were actually pushing back on the elements. This is what happens when you have 51 acts of parliament. And some have made comments about Elbers. Well, this bill does amend the Ocean Protection Act, right? So I know members don't like to hear members of parliament on the opposition actually talking to the details of what was in the bill and what the bill was attempting and is attempting to amend, and perhaps are confused by the fact that themselves that the Ocean Protection Act would be amended in a budget implementation bill, their omnibus bill. But everything that was said in that discussion, trying to get the minister to come to committee for 2 hours, which she didn't do, was done relative to what was in the bill, the 51 acts that are being amended. If the members of the government only want the discussion to be about the budget itself, then they shouldn't bring in these kinds of omnibus bills. They shouldn't bring in issues of amending the Canada Elections Act or amending the Ocean Protection Act or amending the Royal Symbols and Titles Act. These things are not to do with the budget. So that's why we need to have more witnesses to come in. So witnesses like that are on the schedule that aren't going to be heard, witnesses like Jack Mintz. We all know Jack Mintz is a very important economist in Canada. I don't know why Liberal members wouldn't want to hear from Jack Mintz from the University of Calgary. We all know the former finance minister, Bill Morneau, has had some interesting things to say about this budget, but again, he's on the witness list that has not been called because the Liberals have shut it down. Perhaps that's the reason why the Liberals are shutting it down and not allowing 19 or 20 hours of debate, that they're only limiting it to 10 hours of witnesses, because they're trying to prevent their former colleague, who not too long ago was the Minister of Finance, now is just a random Liberal, from appearing. Perhaps that's the real reason why, as they were preventing the Minister of Finance from appearing for 2 hours. The current minister, they don't want to clearly have the former Minister of Finance come and talk about the issues around the incredible record spending of this budget, which, by the way, is $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years. That's if you can believe the economic projections. MP Morantz went over some of those issues earlier. I won't belabor the fact that the inflation projection is so unrealistic as to make this entire budget projections a joke. But we want to hear from the Edmonton Food Bank, but apparently the government does not want to hear from the Edmonton Food Bank. We have asked for Feed Nova Scotia, a very important organization in my province that deals with the issue of food insecurity, supplying food with the umbrella organization to our food banks in Nova Scotia, and the massive increase across my province that we've had under this government of demands on food bank. But no, because the Liberals are deciding only 10 hours of debate on a $500 billion spending this year, 3.1 trillion over the next 5 years is enough time, just like they thought the minister didn't really need to actually come to the meeting. And the only reason she ended up coming was we embarrassed her into it. We embarrassed her into it coming, or she would have blown it off before. And she wasn't able to even give us a full 2 hours, which was incredible, really, when you think about it. How about the Regina Food Bank? They're invited.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Yes, on the same point as my previous point, can we please focus on the motion at hand? I know that the motion has to do with the appearance of witnesses for 19 hours, and I don't think that the Minister of Finance was on that particular list. Can Mr. Perkins, therefore, focus on his motion?
Thank you, MP Chattel. And again, I'll say MP Perkins, as I say to all members, please focus relevance to your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, we didn't put the Minister of Finance on this list because it would be another invitation that she would blow off. So I'll just go over again, since clearly MP Chantel didn't hear about the witnesses that I was talking about that are being missed because of her action to vote against having 19 hours or 20 hours of witnesses. She doesn't want to hear from Jack Mintz, a national renowned economist, about the impact this budget's having on people's finances, on the fact that food banks have gone to 1.5 million people a month, a new record I'm sure MP Chantel is proud of. In her riding of Pontiac, I'm sure that they've also seen an increase in the use of food banks. I'll repeat again, the former finance minister, Bill Morneau, I don't understand why the Liberals don't want to hear from their former colleague. Is it that they think that somehow he's not going to use PMO talking points anymore, but will actually speak the truth about the impacts of the fiscal plan? Perhaps one of the reasons why he left cabinet was because, not unlike the Right Honorable John Turner left the current Prime Minister's father's cabinet, was over the issue of the fiscal framework and the desire of the government to do things and spend money at a level that hurts every Canadian. Again, the Edmonton Food Bank, Feed Nova Scotia, MP Chantel probably didn't hear that part, so I will repeat it again. Feed Nova Scotia is the umbrella organization in my province in Nova Scotia that oversees all the food bank usage in our province. I can understand why food bank usage has gone up so much, why government members would be unwilling and unable to stomach hearing more people from food banks talk about the issue of the impact of this budget and the previous budgets of the current Minister of Finance has had on increasing the number of people using their services. It's the one business in this country, or perhaps only the one, that actually doesn't want to see an increase in customers, but this government has managed yet another record of increasing the customers of food banks. The Regina Food Bank I mentioned, the Food Banks of Quebec, the umbrella organization of Quebec. I'm sure my Bloc friends would love to hear the impact of this budget on food banks in Quebec, but no, the Liberals are shutting it down. And the result of that is the situation that we're in now. All of this could be avoided if the Liberals would only stick to the original plan that they agreed to allow 20 hours of witnesses. Now we've come in another compromise, as we always do as the opposition, of saying, well, we'll cut that back an hour. You could simply do it. And I know I and my colleagues are willing to work over the weekend. I'm sure the government members would have no problem working over the weekend to hear the witnesses, to get that job done before clause by clause is completed. Now, I just don't understand why government members aren't willing to put in the time over the weekend to hear the witnesses. All they have to do now is agree and say, and I would certainly take a point of order from any of the Liberal members here saying, we agree. 19, we're wrong. We made a mistake. We could have avoided all of this as the government if we had only just stuck to the plan that we agreed to on 20 hours. So I'll challenge any of the Liberal members now to the point of order and say they will agree to the 19 hours and vote for this motion so that witnesses can be heard over the weekend. But if government members aren't willing to do that and aren't willing to work on the weekend to deal with a $500 billion spending budget, then they will sit silent and I will continue. Parkdale Community Food Bank in Toronto. I'm sure that's an organization MP Beach is familiar with. Certainly they would be familiar with the impacts of his government's policies and him as the parliamentary secretary at increasing their customer base and demand and massive increase in budgets that they need, and not only food donations, but monetary donations as a result of that. I'm sure he would want to hear from the Parkdale Community Food Bank, but apparently he does not, and neither do the Liberals sitting around the table. They would rather just sweep it all under the carpet and not have any witnesses telling them what they think the impact of the budget is, so that that decision can be made on clause by clause, as MP Blakey said, that will allow members of parliament to make not only a vote on those clauses by instinct, but vote understanding the interest groups that are most impacted and what their views are. That would be an informed vote. That's something, obviously, the Liberals want to make sure that members of parliament don't get access to, an informed vote. We have on the list Algoma Orchards and their executive director that want to appear. We have Grace Yan from the Philippine Chamber of Commerce in Calgary, and also a small business owner. Now, why would we want to hear from small business owners about the increased tax burden that this bill and the 51 acts that it amends imposes on them both, not just taxation, but regulatory burden, and how the impacts of inflation that have resulted from this and the subsequent interest rate increases have probably driven their sales downwards as a result of the record spending and debt, by the way, which will be $1.3 trillion at the end of this 5-year fiscal framework. The national debt will be $1.3 trillion. And what that builds up is a massive, massive interest rate payment. My colleague MP Chambers asked the Minister of Finance in this committee meeting on this bill what the interest rate on that debt is this year. Apparently, the Minister of Finance didn't know that because she couldn't answer it. She wasn't willing to say $47 billion this year. That's more than we transfer, as much as we transfer the provinces on healthcare. It would be good to understand from many healthcare organizations to come before this committee in the remaining 9 hours of witness testimony that we're proposing about the impact that that's having on the federal transfers to healthcare and not being able to actually spend more of the taxpayer money that Ottawa receives on healthcare because we're having to pay this ever increasing amount of interest to bankers on the debt, the record debt. If you take the current prime minister and his father, who together have added $1.1 trillion of debt to taxpayer burden, what that interest on that debt, like your credit card, has in doing or is doing to restrict the ability of the government to provide more adequate funding for healthcare, which is only about 22% of the cost. The government used to spend 50% of the cost of provincial healthcare. Now only does 22%, $48 million being spent, $48 billion being spent on interest on the debt. If we weren't doing that, then we would be back up to 50%, could be back up as an option to 50% of healthcare funding. Imagine how much better that would be. We've had in the news all this week about emergency room issues in the healthcare system across this country, from Alberta and the prairies to Ontario and in my part of the world, yet the government seems more intent on building up interest costs and paying bankers interest than they are on hearing from healthcare providers in this budget and the impact of the constraint of that interest payment, those interest payments on the ability of the government to adequately support healthcare in our country. The Center for Holistic Recovery and Dr. Gill wants to appear, the founder of that. The Mustard Seed Company of Calgary, the Hope Mission would like to appear to deal with the issue of homelessness, something that we keep talking about, but not seem to be improving. The budget is fairly silent on that, although the framework allocates $82 billion and committed that chronic homelessness would be cut in half by next year, when in fact the Minister of Housing and his officials admitted last week in committee at Public Accounts that it's actually gone up 12% and not down by half. Yet another example of government input, saying $82 billion of spending through this fiscal framework will produce results, but not really worrying too much about the output. When homelessness is going up instead of going down, we can see that the government yet again in another critical area is ineffective. I'm sure they don't want to hear in the next 9 hours from the Hope Mission about how their chronic homelessness that they have to serve is going up while the government idly sits by and spends more money, as my colleague Mr. Morant said, MP Morant, spends record amounts of money for the least amount of results that we've seen. The Greener Village Food Bank of Fredericton, my next door province, they would like to appear, Don Taylor and that, but apparently another food bank yet that will be silenced by the fact that these Liberals are unable and unwilling to allow witness testimony for another 9 hours as they originally agreed. Well, actually, they originally agreed for a total of 20 and have only been willing to allow 10, presumably because they didn't like what they were saying. The Calgary Food Bank, the Whitehorse Food Bank, all want to appear on the list and won't be given an opportunity to appear. Be the Change YYC, which is another Calgary-based organization, wants to appear. Richard Dias wants to appear to talk about monetary policy, a critical part of something that is in the fiscal framework because we have economic projections about what's going to happen, yet he won't be allowed to attend because, as we know, the Prime Minister doesn't think about monetary policy, although most Canadians are as they see interest rates going up. The Canadian Real Estate Association, housing is a major issue, as we know. CMHC projects that to get back to housing affordability in Canada requires the building of 3.5 million new housing units by 2030. And at the current rate of about 200,000 housing units completed a year under this government, we will be 2 million short. So even by the standard set by the government's own Crown Corporation, there will be nowhere near the amount of housing units built, even though they're spending $82 billion in this budget over the fiscal framework to try and deal with issues of homelessness and the housing affordability crisis. The housing minister won't even say the words housing affordability crisis, although it is actually written that way in the Crown Corporation that reports to them in their annual report, CMHC, just like the Minister of Finance won't say the words $47 billion in interest that she is, I guess, embarrassed to say because she's embarrassed. That's the result of her spending. So I think it's incredible that we could have a discussion on this bill without a discussion with the Canadian Real Estate Association on probably the primary thing besides food inflation that is concerning Canadians. Food inflation, as we know, is now a structural food inflation, it appears, averaging about 10% a year. We see it every month after month after month, making it more unaffordable. Again, apparently, those are issues that the governing Liberals don't like to hear about, so they would rather impose a form of closure on witnesses in this committee by not scheduling the meetings required this week to do the 20 hours of witness testimony. There's still time. MPs on the government side, MP Chantal, MP Beach, there's still time for you to commit right here and now. Oh, wait, I didn't hear you doing that. I'll give you a moment again. You can come in and say, yes, we will finish this weekend and we will do the 19 hours that this motion calls for. Oh, wait, silence again. So apparently the members on the government side are uninterested in hearing another 9 hours of witnesses to put a total of 19 hours of witnesses on a $500 billion spending bill. Why allow public organizations to...
If the member opposite wants to give up the floor, I see that Julie's hand is raised.
Yeah. So I don't know if he wants to do that PS Beach.
I don't think he wanted to.
Okay, no. MP Perkins, were you looking to give up the floor?
Did it sound like it?
Well, it did to PS Beach, so it was just inquiring. So and I see MP Terowitz's hand is up.
Perhaps they want to be on the speakers list.
We do have MP Zerowitz is on the speakers list, so she's ready to go, I think.
Well, I'm good for a little while too. I've got a few more things I'd like to say about the obstructionist government in trying to prevent this committee from hearing witnesses on the budget bill, duly and honestly negotiated with the opposition, the official opposition, to have 20 hours of witnesses, lots of time this week to do that, but the government has chosen not to do it and bring in a form of closure. The Business Council of Alberta, I know all members would love to hear from the Business Council of Alberta and the impacts of this budget bill on this government, that this government is proposing on the business community in Alberta. But alas, the MPs on the Liberal side do not want to hear from them. If they did, they would be saying any time right now, coming in with a point of order and saying and clarifying, oh yes, MP Perkins, you're right, you've convinced me. We need to have another 9 hours of witnesses. And I, as a government member, am willing to spend the time this weekend or the rest of today to do the work, because I know there are committee resources available. All the government has to do is say yes. The Business Council of Canada, a very important organization that is usually consulted with in pre-budget consultations, in budget consultations, after budgets. I know the Minister of Finance may be speaking to them when she is occasionally in Ottawa. Perhaps not, but I have the belief that the Business Council on National Issues, who I've met with on several occasions in the last 6 months, have a lot to say about the effectiveness of the infrastructure bank and the spending there, or the ineffectiveness of proposed clones of the infrastructure bank that believe, like the infrastructure bank, there could be this massive amounts of money out there from the private sector that, oh, gee, if we only knew, would come in. And the GIF that's proposed in this budget and this bill with a corporate structure, I'm sure will have the same effectiveness in attracting private sector money to its goals as the infrastructure bank. I'm sure their Business Council
P.S. Perkins, MP Perkins, I'm just going to hold you right there. So we're going to suspend members for the next 20 minutes or so. Thank you. everybody, and hope you got a good stretch break and got some air. To all the members, speaking with MP Chantel, she's telling me she's running the half marathon this weekend here in Ottawa, so I'm going to cheer you on, Sophie, and good luck. And now we are back to MP Perkins, please. MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, and good luck, MP Chantel. That's a lot of training to be able to do that, so I admire you for that.
MP Perkins, can you just lower your boom? Yep.
Yes, is that better?
I think, is that good? Yep. Okay, that's good. Yep. Thank you.
I don't know if you heard me congratulating MP Chantel for all the work that goes into preparing for a half marathon or a marathon. So congratulations on making it this far. Good luck on the weekend. I know the Ottawa Marathon's a big event. Just to refresh those who perhaps are not aware of what we're doing, I had moved a motion on this issue about the amount of time that the Finance Committee should spend on hearing from witnesses. And it's really just a follow-up motion to the original one, I think unanimously, but negotiated in good faith by all parties, that the committee spend 20 hours hearing from witnesses, and that work began by the committee, but has been cut short, partially because the committee didn't schedule all the time this week, even though it had an end date of next Monday, the coming Monday, to have this completed. And as a result of the movements, in my view, of the government members to limit it, the government now wants to only limit this legislation, Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act, to the 10 hours of witnesses that have been had so far. And so my motion is built on the earlier motion that MP Beach had put forward and was passed by the committee, which called for 20 hours. And I've suggested as a compromise that 19 hours, so only 9 more hours of witnesses, which I think could easily still be done today, tomorrow, and Sunday before clause by clause recommences on the deadline on Monday. There is no reason for government members not to want to hear from the witnesses. And specifically, that motion reads as the following: that the committee reiterate its desire to hear a total of 20 hours of testimony in relation to Bill C-47, the Budget Implementation Act number 1, as agreed on May 16th, 2023. And notwithstanding that motion, the committee maintain its goal of receiving 20 hours of witness testimony, but not proceed with the clause-by-clause consideration of the bill until the committee hears a minimum of 19 hours of witness testimony. And so that's here what we're discussing. And I've, in my discussion in the last, before we took this break, I had offered on several occasions to have the government members say, hey, I think that's a reasonable alternative, given that this is a constituency break week. There was no reason why we didn't schedule 20 hours of witness meetings, that you make a compelling point, and that MP Beach, as the parliamentary secretary, could easily say to the committee and say right here that we'll continue that now and have those witnesses. And I've offered the opportunity, but have been met with silence from the government members. I'll offer it again. Well, silence again. Okay. Well, I'll keep going then and discuss why that's important. And where I had left off was discussing a number of the witnesses that had been put forward that we should hear from in the committee that would add to the expert testimony that's been received already. Most of it, and most of the 10 hours of witness testimony did not put the government's budget in a good light, particularly from the food banks, who have seen a massive increase in their customer base, unfortunately, and the massive increase in not only the donations required to supply that need, but also the donations of financial resources required to help them meet that need, even though they operate all, for the most part, as we know, across the country as volunteer organizations. So we are here in this dilemma of trying to argue and using the tools that the opposition has to try and compel the government to live up to its agreement to hold 20 hours of hearings. And we don't think that's a big commitment, and didn't at the time. That's why we all agreed to it a week or so ago. And for those watching, we are on a constituency break, which means that basically parliamentary committees, for the most part, aren't meeting. And therefore, the resources of the House of Commons are there to support this committee in achieving its goal to hold hearings for the 20 hours this week. But the government chose not to do that. And, you know, as a reminder, this is dealing with hearings on this budget bill, which amends 51 acts of parliament, and it sets the cumulative spending for the next 5 years at $3.1 trillion, a record number. And again, and you know, it's been said in the past, but I will utilize what others have mentioned, that if these numbers are believed, then they would add another $130 billion to Canada's national debt. And the reason I say to be believed, and we'd like to hear more witness testimony on this issue, is that only 6 months ago, the government in the fall economic statement actually had a window for the first time. Well, I shouldn't say the first time, for the second time in their 8 years in power, they projected a window of a balanced budget within the 5 years of the fiscal framework. The last time the government did that was when they were newly elected in 2015 and said that they'd run these little tiny deficits, and then as a stimulus. And then in 2019, at the end of 4 years, they would be back to a balanced budget. And as we know, that promise was broken. They ran larger budget deficits than they projected. They added $110 billion of debt to our national debt pre-COVID. And in 2019, the year it was supposed to be balanced, actually ran a deficit budget. And then after re-election said, well, now we'll do it. What's really important is that the accumulated debt and the debt to GDP ratio is our anchor. It's our anchor. We won't let it go. We want to see that continue to decline. And of course, as we entered COVID and then afterwards, all pretense of having any kind of anchor, fiscal anchor, declined. And it's actually perhaps the easiest job now of any finance minister in history, because generally finance ministers have to say no quite a bit, right? There's a lot of good, worthy things that ministers put forward in every government in the past. And the fiscal framework just does not allow for those things, or requires choices of saying, well, that actually is more important than this thing over here that we're already spending money on. So we'll stop doing that to do this more important thing. But if your answer is that there is no end to the amount of debt that we can accumulate, there's no end to the burden we can put on future generations, then the finance minister's job is quite easy. It's just basically to say yes. And that's why we've ended up in this situation. The only thing that she has not said yes to, of course, is attending invitations of this committee. She has ignored most of those invitations, including the one we had a discussion on, actually this budget. The national debt under this plan will rise to $1.3 trillion. We do have a debt ceiling in this country. It's $1.8 trillion. You know, this is going on in the U.S. right now, the discussion of whether the federal government will be able to default and not pay its employees or its programs because they've reached their debt ceiling. If we continue in this manner of unlimited deficits and spending the way this government does, we're going to face the same issue in the not too distant future. And this is why we need to hear from witnesses. And I don't think another 9 hours of witnesses is too much to ask. So one of the things, of course, is that debt builds up interest. Now, we've been spoiled on the interest payments that the government has been paying because we've been at these historically low rates prior to the last 6 months. And now we've got a situation that as that debt rolls over, which it will because it's bonds that have been bought on the market, they're short on long-term bonds. When those short-term bonds roll over, they're going to roll over at higher interest rates. And those higher interest rates are going to be crippling. They're already significant in the amount that they pay, that we have to pay. We're actually paying as much essentially in interest on the accumulated debt as we transfer to provinces for healthcare. But the growing exposure of the government to the highest interest rates, it's not too hard to see that we could be in the position that the governments were in the 1980s and early 1990s, where 38 cents of every tax dollar that came in from taxpayers actually only went to pay interest on the debt. Back then, we paid more on the debt than we paid on healthcare and national defense just on interest. We made no progress on paying the debt down. We only just barely were treading water and paying interest. And the more that happens and the likelihood that interest rates will rise, and we know we've got projections from RBC and others that we're going to be in a recession this year because the economy just can't handle the level of debt, which is causing the level of inflation, which is causing the level of interest rate rises, which is causing the affordability crisis from housing to food to fuel to everything this government's doing. And as part of that, of course, we've got carbon tax 1, which everybody knows about, and now carbon tax 2 coming in the clean fuel standards, of which is built into this fiscal framework that we're going to raise the carbon tax 1 and 2 plus the HST on top of that, because the government likes to tax its own tax, that will rise to 61 cents additional payments per liter of gas for people in this country already suffering and having trouble meeting the 10% annual food inflation that we're dealing with. So this is a serious issue that requires more witnesses in order to be a serious consideration of such a massive spending bill. There are $84 billion in new tax credits for businesses in this budget and fiscal framework and this budget implementation bill. 84 billion. It's not that long ago that was almost the whole size of the federal government spending. And a colleague of mine mentioned earlier the interest rate projection in here that we need to have more witnesses to talk about. It would be good to have the ability to talk to Jack Mintz about this question or about the Business Council on National Issues, both of whom are on the list to appear but aren't able to because the Liberals are cutting off the debate or the discussion with witnesses on their bill because, of course, they're right and everybody else is wrong. And that attitude of they're right and everybody else is wrong is really hard to believe since they've never met a fiscal target they've set. They've broken the one they set only 6 months ago of having a balanced budget, to never have one in your lifetime or my lifetime. And in this budget, just this year alone, and we know we're dealing with inflation, the budget projects that this year, inflation is going to be 3.5%, 3.5%, 3.5%. Now, it's been trailing at 6, 5, 4% for most of this year. So for that to actually be achieved, inflation in July is going to have to be at 2%. And there's absolutely no way and no sign that that's going to happen, particularly if we go into recession. So I just don't understand why the government is shutting down its own witness motion of 20 hours of witnesses back to 10 for any other reason that they don't want to hear from witnesses that are telling them that this is the absolute wrong thing to do. I know they're afraid beyond afraid of former Minister of Finance, Bill Moore. I mean, Bill Morneau, the random Liberal finance minister who is on the list that we'd like to see appear, because he's been quite public about the issue that this is a government out of control on its spending. And that's why we need to hear from him as a witness. But maybe that's the primary reason why for being shut down, because it's perhaps bad enough that they hear from me or hear from my colleagues or hear from some of the witnesses we overhear from, or from other leading economists and business groups in this country about how bad this is for the economy. But to hear it from their own is really perhaps cutting right to the heart of the Liberal belief that this is the right thing to do. The right thing to do is to continue on the path that's caused 1.5 million people a month to have to go to food banks, a new record. So the last year, let's just put that in perspective in terms of the spending this government's doing to what they inherited. And we know they like to blame the previous government for not passing legislation that prevents them from doing things that they've been doing, that it is the Harper government's fault that we didn't pass legislation that prevented them from breaching the Ethics Act, that we didn't pass legislation that prevented them from dealing directly with Chinese interference in our elections, that somehow over the last 8 years, they've had no responsibility as the government. But I know that's a big issue for them. But that last year, that of the Harper government spending was $280 billion, and handed over a nice fat $1.9 billion surplus to this government, which I've already said, then proceeded to run deficit after deficit after deficit every single year since they've been in power, contrary to what they promised Canadians. So this budget projects, I believe it is $456 billion in spending this year. That's up $176 billion since 2015, or a 63% increase in spending since these Liberals have been in power, a 63% increase in spending. And the fiscal framework that outlines that this Bill C-47 outlines that we need to hear more witnesses on says that projects that the government spending in 5 years, that's the government budgets or publicly puts out 5-year projections when they do it every year, that 5 years from now, the government spending will be an incredible $543 billion. And that's only if there are no new spending programs announced. And we know that every time the occasional appearance by the Minister of Finance happens in the House, and she makes a statement about the finances, whether it's a fall economic statement or a budget, she spends more. There hasn't been one where this government has not used the opportunity every 6 months to update and spend more money. So it's not to be believed that for the next 5 years there won't be any additional spending, and that the government spending 5 years from now will only be $543 billion. I think at the rate this government's going, it'll probably be, if they see out the mandate of the supply agreement, the costly coalition with the NDP, that to 2025, that will probably see us in the 2025 budget by this government project $700 billion in spending, maybe even closer to $1 trillion, because there is no limit. So we're skeptical on that and want to hear from witnesses about what that kind of spending plan will do to drive our economy into further productivity. And all you have to do is look at the OECD. And I know that the Minister of Finance likes to quote the IMF and other international things to say that they say we're this or that or the other thing in terms of her economic performance. But the OECD actually says that we rank last in the OECD in per capita income GDP growth. Last. 6 years, 7 years, 8 years ago, 2015, when this government took over, we were one of the top in OECD per capita performance. And if relative to the United States, for decades, including into 2015, we were essentially parallel. We were just as productive an economy in the United States. Today, the OECD's numbers project that we are 40% less productive based on that measure of GDP per capita growth. We are 40% less productive than the United States. Well, what's happened since 2015? What's happened is this record of this government, who has been spending with abandon and who is focused now on their industrial strategy of a branch plant economy, of not actually producing invention, creation, commercialization of Canadian technology, but of actually just going and wanting to build things for other countries. Volkswagen being, at least there is no Canadian technology being used in that $14 billion massive, largest ever government subsidy to one company. And you reap what you sow. As the Minister of Finance said only a month before that, she said that matching the Inflation Reduction Act was a race to the bottom. And apparently that's something that she's now proud of, that we're going to be doing that, since what happens with Volkswagen inevitably led to what's happening with Stellantis now, and the demand by every other, as Minister of Industry brags, everybody wants to come here. Of course they want to come here. When you have an unending subsidy barrel to subsidize companies that have more revenue every year than the government of Canada, that this government says, well, that's a great strategy. The great strategy is they wouldn't come here if we didn't subsidize them. So let's subsidize everything they want to do, and there's no end. And in the end of all of that, you end up with this situation where they have with Stellantis, says, well, they're treating us differently than our competitors, so we'll just go to the US. We'll go somewhere else. And you end up in these blackmail situations like that, the race to the bottom. And so the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry go around saying, well, it's Ontario's fault. It's not the federal government's fault that is subsidizing Volkswagen to $14 billion a year. It's the Ontario government's fault now. The Ontario government needs to do what they're doing, that they need to come out and print money and run deficits beyond comprehension in order to do it. Like, everybody should just pour gasoline on the fire, and they should just adopt this strategy. And I am probably the only person at this meeting today who's actually read those contracts. I could share a lot with them. I'd be open to any questions from the opposition or from the government as to what's in those contracts. They are shockingly bad contracts, but there'll be more to come on that. I can hardly wait to see the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report on that, because he got access to it too, and I suspect it will be scathing. So back to that. So $543 billion is not a believable number, because no number this government has put out in the budget plan is believable. And we need to have witnesses on the economic side of the ledger to come and talk about those issues in the committee. But you know what, that rise to $543 billion, if it were believable, is $263 billion more than the government spent in 2015. That's a 94% increase. A 94% increase.
Can I jump in on a point of order, please, Mr. Chair? With apologies to Mr. Perkins for the interruption.
Anytime, Mr. MP Blakey.
MP Blakey, on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking for some guidance on how debate will proceed. And so what I'd like to do is explain the circumstances that I'm concerned may develop because of the way that this debate is proceeding. And then I'd like to look to guidance from you, and you may want to consult with the clerk before giving an answer. That's fine, but I just want to get this out here before Monday. So if we proceed with debate on this motion and we don't get back to the clauses, what I'm concerned is that the way things are currently structured, we're going to go to clause by clause, I believe, at 4 p.m. on Monday. As I say, that's something I support, and I don't feel
MP Blakey, 4:30 on
4:30 p.m.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I say, that's something I support. I won't revisit the reasons that I gave earlier why I unfortunately don't feel I'm in a position to support an extension of time, despite having some sympathy for certain arguments being made. But what happens then, according to the motion, is that then we proceed to vote on every clause and every amendment without further debate or discussion. So if all of the time that we have before then is used up debating the motion, what that means is that we're going to be in a position of voting either on clauses, but I think more importantly and more especially on amendments, without being able to put any reasons on the record for why we voted the way we voted. And so I think that's even the most important thing. We will also, which is important, but I think perhaps of secondary importance, which is not to say not important, miss out on the opportunity to ask each other questions about our own amendments, to seek clarification, to get clarification from officials about certain clauses. So I guess, so here's the thing, Mr. Chair. So in light of that concern, my instinct would be to say, I'd like to get the floor, and then I'd like to go through all the amendments in advance of 4:30 p.m. on Monday and talk about all of the amendments that have so far been proposed and give my own reasoning and the position of the New Democratic Party in respect of those amendments in advance of the vote. However, my own reading of the situation is that that would be out of order, because until amendments are moved, they're not public. And so I'm not in a position to speak to amendments that are simply proposed and won't be public. And if they're not moved until the process that will be triggered at 4:30 p.m. on Monday, there's no way for me to talk about them in advance, which means I'm currently in a position where unless we wrap up debate on these motions, nobody is going to be able to give a position on the amendments. We're actually out of order to do that. It would be an issue of parliamentary privilege that one could complain about, and rightfully. So I'm at a loss as to what to do, and I'm looking for guidance. I made an attempt earlier to beseech my colleagues to allow us to do the work on clause by clause. That's not the trajectory we're on to get to that work right now. So maybe that trajectory will change, and there are people around the table, they may know things about what they intend to do or not that I'm not privy to. But I am very concerned about this situation that is developing, and I'm very concerned that currently the rules of order, rightly, in this case, I think, like I'm not taking issue with the rule, prevent me from doing the one thing that I might be able to do to get our positions on the record in advance of the vote. And so I'm looking to guidance from you, Mr. Chair, and I'm looking for a way, because I don't know if what I think is true about the rules, I don't know that there's a solution that you can just effect on your own to this. Then I would turn to the committee and say, I think we need to figure out what we're going to do about this, because I do think it would be a travesty if we get to 4:30 p.m. on Monday. And I respect, we've got conservative members of the committee that are set in their position. Others are set in the position that we do need to get on with it, and there has to be some insight on this. And some of us thought that we were close to that, and I get that that's at issue. I'm not trying to participate in that debate, but if everybody just sticks in their current position right now, we're going to create a really bad outcome. That's not becoming, I think, of a senior committee of Parliament. So I wanted to raise it with you. I'm happy to get some advice from you, Mr. Chair. As I say, not necessarily immediately, but perhaps before we close on Friday, and perhaps with enough time for there to be a little bit of discussion for the committee to figure out if we really are stuck in the dilemma that I think we are, and that would just be one dilemma we're stuck in, how we might find a way out to at least be able to provide, I think, one of the very basic things we owe to Canadians, which is a statement on the record as to why we're voting for or against certain suggestions with respect to the legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you, MP Blakey. And I did look to our experts to the right and to the left. And so expert here, Mr. Melia, legislative clerk, as well as our clerk, Alexandre Roger. And you are correct in all that you have said. So if there would not be an opportunity to debate those, and when we did get to 4:30 on Monday, we would go clause by clause voting on those without any debate. We would also need, we do have, I believe there's 682 clauses, and to actually group those, we would need unanimous consent also to group some of those at that time. So you could just think about the amount of time that it would take to get through those 680 plus clauses for the members. So that is where we are. I don't know if Mr. Malia, would you like to add anything to that? What MP Blakey had to say in terms of, is there a way out of this conundrum? No. Well, no, we don't see there is no way. And I do see is a point of order, PS Beach.
It's on
this point, yes, PS Beach.
So I hear what Mr. Blakey is saying, and unfortunately, it's a tough circumstance that we're in. Almost anything at committee is fixable by unanimous consent, if I recollect correctly. I certainly agree that members should be able to kind of put a position on the record, and we're not currently providing that. Question period on Monday generally ends, 3:15-ish or so. So there is a world where we could all agree to perhaps try to meet at 3:30, an hour before the votes start, and we could equally divide the time amongst members so people could put some things on the record. That's an idea that we would be willing to consider, but of course that would require unanimous consent.
Just, if I may, on that same point, Mr. Chair.
Yep. MP Blakey?
I certainly appreciate Mr. Beach's suggestion. I think my concern is that, until we get to the clause, as I understand it, procedurally, you can't move the amendment. And so unless, we would have to rip through all the clauses somehow and then get to each clause separately and then move, we can't talk about the amendments until they're actually moved. We can't move amendments for a particular clause, and we have amendments for clauses that are at the back end of the bill, so we'd have to get through 400 and some clauses in order to be able to move the amendment, and we can't talk about the amendment until it's moved. So I think, I hear what PS Beach is saying, and I appreciate it. There may be a way through unanimous consent. Another way that we might do this, and here I would just kind of beseech my conservative colleagues to consider this, I wonder if it's possible to meet earlier in the day on Monday, so that we have some of the what is it, 10 hours, I think, that in and out. Well, it's been 9 hours so far. I think it'll be 10 by the end of our meeting today. It'd be a way to try and recover a little bit of that time. That would allow us to kind of cycle through clauses. I think then we would have to understand, first of all, that we were going to group clauses by unanimous consent and dispense with many of the clauses relatively quickly. I would just urge, I just wonder if we could go back to clause by clause. Instead of filibustering on this motion, could we get through a number of clauses, get through to a point where we can move amendments, discuss the amendments, dispense with them? Right now, the Conservatives are on track to filibuster till 4:30 on Monday anyway, at which point we're going to do all the voting. Could they just filibuster on the last clause after we've dealt with all the amendments? The effect will be the same, except with a very significant difference, which is that the committee will have, and honestly, I didn't think I thought this would have broke by now. So I wasn't even thinking about these things until midpoint this meeting when I realized, no, I don't think this filibuster is going to break. We're going to go till 4:30 on the Monday. We're going to have some perverse outcomes. How do we try and avoid those outcomes? I get that the Conservatives want to go right till 4:30 when we start to do the voting. And I believe that is what's going to happen at this point because everyone's pretty dug in. So could we do the clause by clause work and then resume the filibuster either on a motion or on the final clause right up until 4:30 on Monday? The Conservatives will get to use all of the time that is there to do their protest. I may not agree entirely with the protest, but I defend parliamentarians' rights to do that. But I just don't want to see it get in the way of the important work that we're tasked with doing by the people who elected us. So if we could get to do the work and then have the protest continue, at least we won't have sacrificed the opportunity to do our job to make ourselves accountable for the decisions that we make about the amendments that are being proposed on the bill. And I think us demonstrating that level of accountability for ourselves is an important thing to do. We talk a lot about accountability for others. I think this is a way that we can create accountability for ourselves and go right to 4:30 on Monday, if that's what certain members of the committee want to do. So I'll throw that out there for consideration by committee members as a way to possibly proceed. But I'm very concerned, and I would encourage you, Mr. Chair, if you can, to convene us as early on Monday as possible so that we have time to do this work. And I respect that that may be a frustration to some, but let's try and do this work and then have the protests, instead of having the protests make us unaccountable for the decisions that we will ultimately make beginning at 4:30 on Monday. So I'm not quite sure how to proceed. I'll look to you, Mr. Chair, for direction. And I appreciate that folks will require some time to consider this. And I'm not looking to put anyone on the spot because I don't think that will conduce to the best possible outcome. I'd like for folks to reflect on it a little bit. But if we could make some kind of decision about how to proceed on Monday, including meeting a little bit earlier to have more time to debate clause by clause, I think that would be a positive thing. I would be supportive of that. And I think there's a way, as I say, to honor our own work and our own responsibilities and to be accountable without depriving Conservatives of their right to protest until the deadline that they had previously agreed to.
Well, thank you, MP Blakey, and a lot to digest there. And we're looking. I'm looking with the legislative clerk and the clerk as a way to path forward. I am going to suspend at this time, so I can confer with them at this time to be able to kind of digest and mull over some of the things that MP Blakey has put on the table. And so MP Blakey was correct in all he had to say. So we are kind of at a stalemate with this, and we're stuck. And looks like we're coming back till well, depending on what happens right now with this discussion on this motion by MP Perkins. So it's MP Perkins' decision. MP Perkins, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the thoughtful words by MP Blakey, and I think it's fair to say that some of our folks are thinking about that, and in the interim, as they do, I will continue, and we'll go from there. As I was pointing out, that the budget projects spending going up 94%, and that's not obviously a revenue issue, since revenue is projected to go from the $282 billion in 2015 in this fiscal framework at the end to $543 billion. In other words, government tax revenue will have gone up by $261 billion, or 92%. So it's not a question of whether or not we have a problem where we've had to meet all of these needs, or the government's felt it had to meet all these needs without adequate financial backing, and was forced into this situation. Obviously, it wasn't when revenue has gone up by the end of this by 92%. Revenue, in other words, for those watching, is taxes. How much you are sending to Ottawa is going up by that much. And you know, MP Blakey earlier, a couple of interventions ago, said, you know, he was concerned that Canadians don't know what the heck is going on when they're watching this. And I get that. I mean, it's the whole issue of these discussions that have happened in this committee and in others when you're in opposition, is that when you believe that there is a sort of parliamentary tradition, some of it is written rules, some of it is just tradition, that the examination of government legislation happen in certain ways, and then when that doesn't happen, and it doesn't give the opposition adequate time to question or examine, either through witnesses or witnesses of experts or witnesses such as ministers of the Crown, then it leaves the opposition with little opportunity but to use the few tools we have to try and bring the discussion back to what we think is an open, fair, and democratic process. And for us, we had a long discussion, as the chair has pointed out, on several occasions, about 27 hours discussion on whether the Minister of Finance should appear for 2 hours. I know that seems silly, and it could have been prevented simply by, at any stage during that process, the Minister of Finance committing 100% guaranteed that she was going to come for 2 hours, which the minister was unwilling to do, as she had already missed 3 other invitations and chosen not to appear. And then we have this situation where we're saying, okay, now we've got compressed time for witnesses because the minister wouldn't appear for 2 hours. And that all could have been solved if the minister had agreed right up front to appear for 2 hours. All of these witnesses and more could have been heard from, and there would have been lots of time for clause by clause, but the government and the management of the agenda chose not to make that very simple commitment to have the minister come do her 2 hours. Presumably she knows every aspect of this budget well enough to be able to defend it at a parliamentary committee, to come for a mere 2 hours and defend her budget. And the government chose not to do that. It wasn't the opposition that chose to do that. We chose to use the only tool that we have available to us to try and get the minister to show up. And we believe that she showed up, unlike the last 3 invitations, because of that effort, that the Finding Freeland, or the Freeing Freeland exercise, actually was successful to some extent, because the minister actually did come to this invitation for 1 hour and then at the last minute added another 20 minutes to her appearance. Hardly enough time to go through this spending bill that is an omnibus bill that this government promised never to do, that amends acts that have nothing to do with the budget, like the Elections Canada Act or the Ocean Protection Act. These things have nothing to do with the budget. But yet that didn't give us barely any time to ask her and even probe into those questions when the minister was unwilling to even answer how much interest her spending plan actually generates, and what is the result of that? What do we lose in terms of the ability to do things to help Canadians by paying that interest? So we thought, okay, we're through all that. She appeared, we're back on schedule. Well, not on schedule, but we're back to the meat of it. Let's hear from witnesses. And we all, in good faith, agreed to 20 hours of witnesses. And we were partway through that when the government decided, no, we're not going to hear from 20 hours of witnesses. We're only going to hear from 10 for some strange reason, because that's what's been done. And this is a break where that could have been done, could have easily been accommodated in the 5 work days, and still could be accommodated this weekend. To MP Blakey's question, it's how do we break through this? One of the ways to break through this is for the bloc members and the NDP member to support my motion and finish the 9 hours over the next couple of days before Monday of witness testimony, so that we can get to that part of the work that they want. It's a simple solution in my mind, is to support my motion. That will allow us to get on with things, get that part of the business done as a committee, and move on to clause by clause by the 26th, like the motion says that we all agreed to. But that 26th was on the condition that we do 20 hours of witnesses, not 10. And in this case, my motion only calls for 19. So that's only an additional 9 hours to hear from witnesses. And some of the witnesses we know that have not been able to come in the 9 hours is where I left off. We were talking about the Business Council of Alberta and the Business Council of Canada. And you know, during COVID, one of the of the many hard hit industries, well, basically every industry was hard hit, was the tourism industry. And very important, it's the second, if not third largest industry in my riding in South Shore, with the beautiful town of Lunenburg and Mahone Bay. Tourism is a big part of our economy, summer tourism. And we haven't had an opportunity to hear about whether or not the measures in this budget help or hurt the tourism industry in Canada. So hearing from the Tourism Association of Canada would be helpful, but we will not get the opportunity to do that if we are limited to the 10 hours of witnesses that have been put forward already. The Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, there's a lot of things in this budget around agriculture policy. There's a lot around the fiscal framework. We've got the impact of the fuel taxes and what it's doing, the fertilizer taxes that this government has been putting on, and what it's doing to reduce our productivity and make everything more expensive for our farmers who grow and make the food that we all need and eat, and everybody wants to shop local and buy Canadian food. So why can't we hear from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association to talk about the impact that the economic policies and this budget is having on their important industry? And as we all know, the Alberta Cattle Feeders Association also wants to appear, but has not been able to because we have unceremoniously broken the agreement that has been made to hear for 20 hours of witnesses. We didn't break it. We want to hear them. But the government has broken that agreement that we would hear from 20 hours of witnesses. That's not a lot. 2 hours for the minister, 20 hours for witnesses on a $500 billion a year spending bill, $3.1 trillion over the next 5 years. These are things that are important to these groups who drive our economy and our food and understand the impact that this budget's had on our food prices. And the cost of feed, the cost of growing, the cost of fertilizer, the cost of taxes, all these are compounding and creating this structural 10% annualized food inflation that we have that is making people have to choose between eating, heating, and paying their mortgage or rent. And these are things that obviously the government doesn't want to hear witnesses talking about, because those witnesses might change the government mind. It might cause some disruption amongst government members about why is it that we're doing these things that have hurt our folks so much. Harvest Manitoba, again, another important association. The Canadian Canola Growers Association, very important. You know, we've been subject to a lot of unfair taxes, trade barriers by China as retaliatory stuff, and that closed economy they have against our canola industry. They've been impacted again in the growing by the taxes and the fuel standard taxes that everyone is doing in this government, that they've done in every budget after budget, and the fact that most of it goes up every year. The carbon tax is scheduled to go up every year, and the two taxes combined, the carbon tax 1 and carbon tax 2, combined with the tax on the tax, will add 61 cents a liter to gasoline and fuel. That, of course, by its nature is inflationary and will drive inflation up and food costs up more on top of the government spending that is unrelated to the imposition of these taxes. Now, will the government allow those who grow our food to speak about the impacts of this budget and this budget bill? And the answer appears to be no, and I could give them an opportunity right now just to do a point of order if they like, because I know they're shy. That point of order now, MP Beach could easily say, as the parliamentary secretary, you're right, MP Perkins, that we're going to hear over the next 2 days another 9 hours of witnesses so that we can get to the clause by clause on Monday and live up to the agreement that we agreed with the opposition on for 20 hours of hearings.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Well, just responding to that particular point, how could we guarantee that you wouldn't filibuster it? Because the last time that we had witnesses, you filibustered for 27 hours, if I'm correct, Mr. Chair, which is exactly what put us in this situation in the first place.
I don't think I can take credit for 27 hours of filibustering, but I think you meant the...
That's fair. You were probably 23 hours, 27. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
But, yeah. MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're talking about the global we, MP Beach, of the official opposition, I assume, in that. And I think it's fair to say that MP Chambers and others on our side would fairly agree, if you voted for our motion now, that this would stop. And I certainly would stop. And I'm sure he would like me to stop. But that's the simple way to have it happen, which is to say, yes, we'll agree to your motion if you agree to stop the filibuster. And I can say, yes, I'll stop talking on this issue of needing 20 hours or 19 hours of witnesses total, if the parliamentary secretary would agree to that motion. We can do that. The committee can do that on the weekend. I know I'm prepared to do it.
On a point of order. Yes, if I may, how many motions have the Conservatives sent through to the clerk on various points?
Okay, I'll look to the clerk.
Les motions.
The motions that were sent to the clerk are confidential, like any motions moved by any member from Parliament. Well, as far as my point of order is concerned, I should just point out that all the witnesses listed by member MP Perkins were witnesses who were prevented from testifying because of the Conservatives. Now, if we were to agree to their motion, what other motion are they going to pull out of a hat in order to pursue their filibuster? It just doesn't make sense.
And back to MP Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And maybe I could be helpful to the member to understand, as I've said, that none of this would have happened if her party had not broken the agreement on the original motion to hear from
Point of order, Mr.
20 to 20
Just further
20
to
hours of
clarify
witnesses.
to Mr. Perkins, the motion itself has actually not been broken. That is false. You can read the motion. There is nothing in this motion that has been broken, which is why the chair continues to follow this motion, which was adopted by unanimous consent. So please stop misleading the public by saying things that are false. This motion was adopted. It's written down. That's the fundamentally frustration part, is like I said that I wasn't going to fall for this foolishness of conservatives misleading people again. So we have to write it down so that everybody's clear on what we agreed to. And we wrote it down, and it's in writing, and it was agreed to unanimously. I can't help it if MP Lawrence didn't understand what he agreed to on behalf of your party, but he is a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer, so I have full confidence that he understood every single clause that was in this motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
MP Perkins.
Thank you, MP Beach. Sorry, I was just getting a little feedback there. Thank you, MP Beach, for that. I don't believe it's false because there's only been 10 hours of witnesses and the motion was 20. And the government isn't agreed to have 20. In fact, they've stopped that. So the inability of the committee to do the meetings, to hold 20 hours of meetings that's what's patently false. There hasn't been 20 hours.
Sur
There's
cet
only
appel
been
au
10
règlement,
hours.
Monsieur le Président. Oui.
Chatel?
Là, le député Perkins dit qu'il y a eu 10 heures, mais il y a eu 27 heures de filibuster
I apologize for
There's 27 hours of filibuster. Sorry, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. English channel. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
point of order. I apologize.
Oui.
Yes. MP Perkins is mentioning that he only had 10 hours of witness testimony, but we've had 27 hours where we've heard the Conservatives block witnesses to come and testify because of a filibuster. That's the issue. And that's the issue. It's the Conservatives who are against us being able to hear witnesses, and now they're opposing that we be able to hear officials that came to testify. And then they're going to oppose to what now? They only want to hear themselves speak. And we are starting to become a little bit fed up. Thank you.
See MP Chatel. Back to MP Perkins.
Well, I'll tell you, MP Chantal, who's fed up, and that's the official opposition. The reason we had 27 hours is because you couldn't make the single commitment of the minister to appear for 2 hours. 2 measly hours for a $500 billion spending annualized budget. That is not too much to ask of a minister who needs to be accountable, like every other minister, to parliamentary committees as part of the process.
On this point, and on this point of order, I would like to remind you that when they were arguing for 27 hours to talk about eels and fishing, the Minister of Finance was scheduled to appear before the committee, and she came for during 1 hour 40 minutes. So now this is ridiculous. There's no other word to say. The way to say this, just grow up.
Okay.
What's ridiculous?
MP Perkins, just hang on, and also MP Chatel, just first parliamentary language from everybody. I know everybody's a little bit heated, and we've been at this for quite a while. But I do ask for decorum and respect from everybody, and MP Perkins, as much as you can, if you could be focused and relevant to your motion.
Well, my motion is about having 19 hours of witnesses, not the 10 that has happened so far. And that brings us back to the original motion. I know MP Chantal asked how many motions we've put forward.
MP Perkins, it's just to correct you, because I know you've done it a few times, and it's probably because you don't know. It's MP Chattel, not Chantel. Chattel.
Sorry,
yes. Yeah, Sophie
I
Chattel.
appreciate that.
Thank you, MP Perkins.
I'm trying not to use first names, so MP Chattel, I apologize on that. The first original motion by MP Lawrence was that the committee reiterate its desire to hear a total of 20 hours of testimony in relation to Bill C-47, Budget Implementation Act number 1, as agreed to on May 16th, and notwithstanding that motion, that the committee not proceed with clause-by-clause consideration of the bill until the committee hears 20 hours of witness testimony. And after much discussion, the government adjourned the debate on that original motion. Then MP Lawrence proposed another alternative in the spirit of compromise and trying to find a way through that. And I'll read that one since the government members seem to have lost track of these, that given the committee has yet to achieve its objective of obtaining 20 hours of witness testimony on Bill C-47, notwithstanding the motion adopted by this committee on May 16th, the committee allocate an additional 10 hours for witness testimony, and that the clause by clause begin immediately following the 20th hour witness testimony. I think an eminently reasonable motion. The government then adjourned it on that. That motion being unwilling to do and go the full 20 hours as was originally agreed to. So in the spirit, again, of compromise, MP Morantz proposed a motion that said that in relation to the motion adopted on May 16th, 2023, the committee reaffirms its intention to receive a cumulative duration of 20 hours of testimony concerning Bill C-47, also known as the Budget Implementation Act number 1. However, irrespective of the aforementioned motion, it is ordered that the committee refrains from initiating the clause-by-clause examination of the bill until the committee has completed the full 20 hours of witness testimony, and that once the committee has completed 20 hours of witness testimony, clause-by-clause consideration being on the business day following the culmination of the testimony. Again, more discussion on that. And again, that motion, I believe, in fact, was voted down today. So we've proposed 3 compromises already to try and get back to the original intent of the motion that the government signed off on, which was 20 hours of witness testimony before next Monday. And that has led us to the motion that's on the floor now that I proposed, that the committee reiterate its desire to hear a total of 20 hours of testimony in relation to Bill C-47, Budget Implementation Act number 1, as agreed to on May 16th, 2023, and notwithstanding that motion, that the committee maintain its goal of receiving 20 hours of witness testimony, but not proceed with clause-by-clause consideration of the bill until the committee hears a minimum of 19 hours of witness testimony. Each one of those were put forward in the spirit of trying to find a path forward that we have been stopped at any time to get back to our original desire as a committee, as a parliament, to actually hear 20 hours.
Point of order. Point of order. There's quite a few Liberals in the room here. Our Conservative colleagues are online. I would like to know who is present right now online. Is there only Mr. Perkins online for the Conservatives?
To speak about the members that may or may not be online or in the room, but we're listening to MP Perkins right now. But I do see many of the members pop up now in front of us. Yeah, they're all saying hi. Hello, Mr. Morantz. Good to see you there.
Mr. Chambers is not there.
Okay. Merci, MP Chattel. MP Perkins.
Thank you. The attendance call sort of reminds me of school. I see Mr. Chambers waving at the Liberal members just to make sure that they know he is present as well. So that's why I'm saying I think that we've had a number of attempts to try and find a path forward to get us to the original 20 hours or something close to that, which is, again, not a lot to ask on a bill that amends 51 acts of Parliament, that we have witnesses. And I know that some of those meetings and the ones that happened last week were robust, but still challenging because, with 6, 7, 8 witnesses at the table at a time, it was tough to get all of the breadth of viewpoints across adequately in the time. But I think the witnesses provided compelling testimony as to why there are challenges for this, and provide members of Parliament with lots of good insights to enable thoughtful amendments to this important bill. Every finance bill is vitally important, no matter which government puts it forward. And it's important. It's the most fundamental element, I think, of our duty as parliamentarians, to go to MP Blakey's thoughts earlier, that one of the most important elements of what we do in any parliamentary tradition is to let witnesses testify on proposed government spending and make well-educated judgments on how a member of Parliament should support and vote for that. It's fairly fundamental back to the beginning of the creation of our Westminster parliamentary system, the role and authority of members of Parliament over, and back in those days, over the Crown and who had spending authority. We have that responsibility here, which I think everyone takes seriously. And the reason for those who want to know, as MP Blakey said, what the heck is going on, is because we're just trying to ask for these modest things as the opposition, for the attendance of the Minister of Finance for 2 hours, which she still hasn't done, or a modest 20 hours of testimony. To give you an idea, for those watching, a modest, that's only 10 meetings. It's not very much on a bill that is so fundamental to our responsibility as parliamentarians to scrutinize and review and understand and ensure that the value that taxpayers expect from us as parliamentarians is being delivered as part of the plan. And yes, part of that role is to question when we think spending isn't being done properly, when budget planning isn't being done properly. And it's pretty hard to sort through all of the budget promises made every 6 months in the last 8 years by this government when they've not met a single target. Sort of like the climate plan. They've never met a target on the climate plan now. And I guess they take the lead from Finance. The Minister of Environment must take the lead from Finance, who has basically made promises every 6 months in the last 8 years with budget documents and economic statements, promising certain economic performance of this government, and has missed every single target. And you'll be shocked alone. I know those watching will be very shocked to know that they never undershot their projection, that they never underspent their projection, that they produced less debts than the government thought they would, that they were terribly conservative, as Paul Martin used to be when he was finance minister in the Chrétien government, was terribly conservative. He actually always underspent his budget, always underspent his budget. This government, this Liberal government, has not prudently done that. In fact, when the minister was before the committee last week for her brief and shining appearance, she was asked about where does the $12 billion, believe it or not, folks, there's $12 billion of unallocated spending in this. I mean, we're going to spend the $12 billion. We just haven't quite figured it out yet. I would have thought this government was expert at knowing how to spend the money, but they provided themselves a large cushion of $12 billion to spend in the next year on things they haven't even thought of yet. And so when asked of that, the minister said, well, that's for things like Volkswagen. Wow. I can't believe that $12 billion spent in the next year. And I asked her this, but she obfuscated on it, shockingly. why she would be spending any portion of that $12 billion in the next year on Volkswagen, since Volkswagen doesn't even have a plant here. What could she possibly be spending that money on if it's not that? That was the best example the Minister of Finance could come up with. So these are the issues of why we have to have witnesses, why we need to have people before this committee to help us sort through this mess of a spending plan. And I know the officials, I don't know because it's hard to tell here, but officials from the Department of Finance are there. I would just plead with you, and I'm sure you are pleading with your ministers, this one and the one before, to provide some restraint, to actually say no once in a while, to not say we're going to spend this record amount this year and $3.1 trillion in the next 5 years, and we're going to add, as part of that, at least $12 billion that we've got set aside to spend on just to come in on budget. And we know that that $12 billion will not cover what always happens since this government misses every single budget target. They actually have never come in and said, we produced less debt than we projected. They actually come in every time, every 6 months, and say, we're producing more debt. I know we promised you less debt in the last one, or we promised you that it would only be a deficit of 44 or 47 or whatever billion they want to do this year, and it's come in at higher than that. Oh, well, it's somebody else's fault. In fact, when asked about it, the Minister of Finance in committee last week said, well, it's the bank's fault. I base my budgets on the bank projections, and the banks must have got it wrong. It's the old dog ate my homework excuse that people used to give in school when you guys were all in high school. You knew the students that always had some excuse for why they weren't able to produce the report. Well, in this case, the Minister of Finance continues to use the dog ate my homework excuse, and it's somebody else's fault. It's the war in Russia's fault and Ukraine's fault. It's a global recession. They forced me to spend so much during COVID that only half of it was on COVID. The other half was on things unrelated to COVID, but I'll use that as an excuse to blow the doors off of our spending, that it's somebody else's fault when it's their own fault. They make the decisions. They propose the budget, and the Liberal members of this committee and the Liberal members in the House, combined with their coalition partner, the NDP, consistently say, that's okay. We forgive you. Being a Liberal means always having to say you're sorry about everything, but never mind. So now what we've got is another situation where we're trying to get people who aren't from this government's talking points from PMO to come before the committee and discuss the parts of this massive omnibus bill that is being proposed here. And we're only asking about the basics of this budget. We can't get into the details. So with that, and I've got more witnesses here I would like to go through, but I know that in the spirit of compromise and in reflection of what MP Blakey said earlier, I would like to move the following motion, Mr. Chair. That notwithstanding the May 16th motion.
Perkins, hang on, and we're going to suspend for a second.
He's correct.
Move a motion when we have not dealt with the motion that is on the floor. So we need to deal with the motion that is on the floor that you were speaking to before you have the floor to be able to move to another motion.
Okay, well, then I won't propose my compromise amendments that would have, I think, addressed some of MP Blakey's concerns. At this stage, I will continue with some of the witnesses that have not been able to speak on this important piece of legislation. So I think I left off at the Canadian Canola Growers Association. So the next one I know is the Fish Food and Allied Workers Union. Now, I know I get eye rolls from the government side when we start talking about fisheries, but, you know, I have 7,000 commercial fishermen in my riding, and the Fish Food and Allied Workers Union, FFAW as it's known, which is part of Unifor, a very important organization, particularly representing those in Newfoundland, have a lot of things they would like to say about not only the overall economic thrust of this Bill C-47, but also the amendments that this omnibus bill makes to the Ocean Protections Act. And they represent thousands and thousands of harvesters throughout Newfoundland. And you would be familiar, perhaps, if you've been reading with the press lately, because they've been dealing with the issue of the crab pricing in Newfoundland. So there are other previous members had talked about the fact that we've not had any First Nations and Indigenous groups. There's a long list of those organizations that we should be hearing from. Some in the Hotel Association as well, construction, municipal associations, many more. But I know that some of my folks around the table, the Liberals, would appreciate this. I believe, Mr. Chair, that I can make a motion to adjourn the debate, which I will make now.
you cannot adjourn your own motion because it would be another motion. You'd be debating two motions at the same time. So you cannot do that.
Just on that point of order, Mr. Chair, isn't a motion to adjourn is a dilatory motion. It's not a substantive motion. So it's not the kind of motion that you would typically have on the floor in the same way as you would another substantive motion. So I wouldn't mind a little more explanation as to why it would be in order for one member to move adjournment, but not another.
Time ago, if it was in order.
What I'm just going to allow the clerk to find the ruling in the book, and then we will read it into the record. We're going to suspend. And I'll look to the clerk. So if you could just read the ruling from the book.
Yes, so House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, 2017, page 550, under the heading Motions to Adjourn the Debate. Second paragraph, it says, and I'll read slowly for interpretation, a motion to adjourn the debate is in order when moved by a member who has been recognized by the Speaker to take part in debate on a question before the House. It may not be moved during routine proceedings except during debate on motions moved under the rubric motions. The mover of the motion being debated may not move to adjourn the debate, since this would involve moving two motions simultaneously. In addition, the restrictions which apply to motions to adjourn the House also apply to motions to adjourn the debate.
Members, any discussion on that?
Can we challenge the chair so that we might have an adjournment motion for this debate? I'll call for that, Mr. Chair.
There's been a challenge. Clerk?
Mr. Baker.
Sustain the chair.
Mr. Beach.
Sustain the chair.
Madame
Clerk
Chatel.
that just read it from the Green Book.
En faveur du président.
For the chair.
Derowitz.
Sustain the chair.
Mr. McDonald.
Sustain.
Mr. McDonald. Sustained, yes? Is that what I heard? Yes, okay. Mr. Chambers? Opposed? Mr. Morantz?
Oppose.
Opposed? Mr. Perkins?
No.
No. Mr. Arnold? Mr. Arnold says no with his thumb down. Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Bonne question. Non.
No.
Nays contre 6, yeas pour 5.
So, do we go, clerk, back to MP Perkins? Oh,
I believe we should go directly to a vote on adjourning the debate,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
so we go to the vote on adjourning debate. Yep, clerk?
Yes.
Mr. Baker?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Madame Châtel?
Oui.
Miss Zerowitz?
Oui.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Chambers?
Oui.
Oui. Mr. Morantz?
Yes.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Mr. Arnold?
Yes.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie?
Oui.
Mr. Blakey?
Yes.
Yeas pour 11, nays contre 0, none.
Wow, unanimous. So we've adjourned the debate. And I did see P.S. Beach's hand up.
Thank you. Well, I am very happy that the entirety of the committee was able to agree on something in the last number of hours. But I think it's worth recapping what we just went through. So we had the Conservatives put forward a motion. It was defeated. This was Mr. Lawrence's original motion. Brought forward a very similar motion. It wasn't defeated, but we ran out of time listening to the Conservatives discuss their own motion instead of listening to our officials and running through clause by clause. Very similar to what we did when witnesses were lined up at the table and the Conservatives wouldn't let us listen to them. Now, today, Mr. Perkins introduced a motion was exactly the same as the one that we already defeated. Except listing 20 hours, they listed 19 hours, so that it was
Point of order,
different.
Mr. Chair?
Point of order is coming from? Oh, MP Perkins?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just if you could, sorry.
On a point of
MP
order?
Beach. Yes, sorry, MP Beach. Just if you could put me on the, I presume we have a new speaker, so let's put me on the new list.
No, I've got P.S. Beach, then I've got MP Zerowitz, then MP Morantz, then MP Perkins.
And could I get on your list after Mr. Perkins?
Yes,
please, Mr.
and
Chair?
then MP Blakey after that. And anybody else? No? Okay, back to P.S. Beach.
Sure. And so I think where I was at was describing the latest motion, which was introduced by Mr. Perkins, a member of Parliament, at least at this committee in the most recent memory, has kind of the running record for most filibustering time, certainly in the last 30 days. It's been quite impressive, actually. Introduce a motion that was substantially the same as the one that we defeated before, but instead of 20 hours of testimony, it being 19 hours of testimony.
Hang on, sorry, P.S. Beach. Somebody has their mic off? Hello? If you could just mute yourselves, please, except for the person speaking. Thank you, P.S. Beach.
Are we good? We're back? Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Mr.
Just a quick, just before Mr. Beach gets started, I'll maybe come in with a quick point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned about the time. If there is a possibility that we might get a decision on how to proceed in a good way for Monday, I would be open to extending the time a little bit, not indefinitely. I want to do it in order to get to a decision. So I don't want to do it just to hear more talking and then kind of end because we run out of resources. So if we think there's a possibility of getting to some kind of decision.
So I apologize. I was speaking with the clerk, but I didn't hear when you came in. PS Beach had the floor and was speaking.
Yeah, and I was just offering a quick point of order, noticing the time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we're getting close to the 2 o'clock is approaching.
Yeah, so I'm just indicating that I'm willing to continue on for a little while, not a long time, if we think there might be a possibility of getting to some kind of decision about how to proceed in a good way on Monday, so that we'd avoid the dilemma that I explained earlier. So if folks think they're in a mood to get to a decision, which I would remind everybody entails voting on something about how we proceed on Monday, then I'm prepared to stay. If folks don't think that they would allow a vote to happen on anything today, then there isn't much point. But currently, there's nothing on the table except clause by clause.
I don't know what folks are thinking right now. I can't get into people's heads that, so I do have a speaking order. I do have PS Beach. I know we've been at this for a long time, and what MP Blakey did say, yeah, we are coming up on the hour, so members, you got to be really clear to the point, et cetera, before we're going to be done for the day.
So I'm not going to wait.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Would you entertain a request for unanimous consent to extend the meeting by half an hour to see if we can find a way to maybe get a plan for Monday?
Yeah, I
can't have a motion.
First, MP Blakey, let's hear from members about the half an hour. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible, but so
just a point of order, Mr. Chair.
PS Beach, point of order, MP Morantz.
So I'm not sure what Mr. Beach is going to be speaking to, because there's no motion on the floor. Unless we're going to go right into clause by clause. But what I would suggest, with unanimous consent of the committee, is that Mr. Perkins does have I think, an important motion he'd like to present. And if the committee so wills it, I suggest we let him introduce that motion.
MP Morantz, right now, PS Beach does have the floor. We were moving to clause by clause consideration. We were at clause 7, and it was in PS Beach. You do have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, my patience is being tested a little bit here. Yes, and I'm not going to take much time if people would stop interrupting. But what just happened here, I think it's very important that we clarify that. Mr. Perkins put forward a motion that has already been defeated simply so that he could filibuster on it. And then he didn't try. He successfully adjourned debate on his own motion so that nobody else around this committee would actually have an opportunity to talk about it. And despite the fact that the clerk read the rules out of the green book that we all agree to follow, we've now overturned that. So if there's some sort of, I'm not willing to give up the floor for some magical new motion that the Conservatives have figured out. I am willing to suspend, and if Mr. Perkins wants to call me and talk about what motion he has in mind, I'm happy to hear about it, but I'm not going to give up the floor so that the person that has taken 24 hours of this committee's time doing nothing but nonsense can put another motion forward so we can discuss more nonsense. So I'm happy to suspend, Mr. Chair. That's in the committee's right, and if Mr. Perkins wants to call me with something that is an actual proposal about getting to work, I'm happy to entertain it, but I'm not happy to just give him the floor back because he's had more than enough time at this committee.
I am going to suspend for a few minutes. Members discuss, do it in a hurried manner because we are looking to end this meeting in very short order. So we'll suspend right now.
that the committee reconvene at 3:30 p.m. on Monday, May 29th, and that the committee provide 15 minutes for a representative of each recognized party to provide their views on Bill C-47, as well as the amendments to the bill. During this time, no other motions can be moved, nor can questions be put to the representative of each party, and that the chair and clerk be empowered to enforce the 15-minute speaking slot.
Thank you, PS Beach. You're asking for unanimous consent on that. I am looking to the members in discussion. I see thumbs up. Okay.
No.
Okay, I see a no, a thumbs down from MP Perkins, and I heard a no.
I tried my best, Mr. Chair.
Okay, members, we're adjourned.